Hey,
when you work with people?
In a good mood today.
Come on.
You made it. It's a Friday. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
27 degrees right now. Going to get up into the low 40s again. Tomorrow in the 40s. And then Sunday, it's a Tommy's mom kind of day.
What happens?
Going down. Down.
Yeah, I get it.
Down. High at 19 on Sunday. So enjoy today and tomorrow because Sunday's going to suck. Kimmy, you missed the outside drama of the morning.
The outside drama.
Well, Tommy, he's got a, 30-second run from his car to the door every morning?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's very dicey, I hear.
You got to watch out. He's been down here, 20 years. Never once has anything happened to you.
No, but I've seen some stuff.
You actually have it.
Oh, bro, I've seen some stuff.
What have you seen?
I could write a book. My journey. Tommy's journey.
Across the street.
The things I've seen.
Well, you haven't seen anything.
Saw something this morning, bro.
That's the first chapter. So would you like to share with everybody what you saw this morning?
So I park in level parking across the street because I'm not chintzy. Because I'm not a street parker. I park in private parking. So I'm coming
private
down.
parking that anybody can park in if they want.
But you don't want to pay.
Yeah, well, no, it's not that
None of y'all want. I'm the only one that parks up there.
It's not that I don't want to pay. My car got broken into up there. On the street, it seems nothing happens to it. But you were saying, I'm sorry.
Anyway, so I'm coming down the stairs, and on the stairwell right there are two brand new loaves of bread sitting there with the ties up. So sitting on the base, standing up like little soldiers. Two of them like they're placed there.
Okay.
So I'm figuring must be like a homeless guy. Maybe that's his chow.
Sure.
But they're like high-end bread, and they look brand new.
When you say high-end bread,
that looks like Whole Foods, like Trader Joe style stuff.
Okay.
A little bit more expensive. Mm-hmm. A little organic-y.
Gotcha.
But they're like placed there.
Mm.
So I'm like looking around. I go, there got to be a homeless guy. I don't see nobody.
Okay.
So then I'm thinking, I'm the only one that parks here and walks down. Everybody else, who the hell left two loaves of bread sitting there, brand ass new? Okay. And they're probably not cheap loaves of bread.
Sure. All right. There's a lot here that you don't even realize you said.
What I said.
Why would it be weird for a homeless guy to have high-end loaves of bread?
Where's he getting it?
Somebody gave it to him, the food shelter.
But they look brand new. They don't look like. I should have got you because you're an expert on day-old bread.
Uh-huh.
Like you could have done a really deep forensic dive on this bread based on your child rearing because you always ate stale bread.
When I was having children?
But you were raised on stale bread.
I was raised
I was raised on stale bread.
In the town of Gates.
And I never looked back. I ate my bread by the river, and I called it a snack.
Shut up.
I had to dip that bread in the water of the river just to soften it up.
Bread?
So I wouldn't lose a filling in my mouth.
We couldn't afford fillings. It's packed full of cotton candy.
So what do you think?
No, look.
Because there don't homeless people.
All right, hold on. Now we got to back up. First of all,
okay.
I was raised at the bakery thrift store, right? And that day-old bread, this is the point I'm trying to make for the last 20 years. You can't tell it's day-old bread.
You can't.
No, I mean,
unless you've had fresh bread, and then you go, oh, that's what good bread tastes like.
All right, here's what a Pittsford-ass East Side bitch you are. So let me explain how this works.
What?
All right.
It's probably just like an Aldi's brand that he didn't recognize.
It's very possible. But let's say it was
This isn't Wegmans.
It looked fancy.
Let's say it was fancy high-end bread.
Okay.
Let's go with that. Tommy's first. Thing. So we have the Salvation Army around the corner. Mm-hmm. There are other food banks in the greater Rochester area.
Well, you got the door mission.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Open door mission.
Yeah.
The door mission.
Yeah.
Well, they changed. It's not open anymore?
Well,
Budget cuts. There's a door mission.
People just called the door.
Every restaurant, grocery store that has stuff or that they have an agreement with will drop off whatever they don't sell.
I got it.
No, you don't. So whether it's the lowest price bread they have or the highest price bread they have, if it's going to go bad, they will donate it to the shelter if they have an agreement with the food pantry or the shelter. So it's actually common for these folks to hand whatever they have to
Fresh
folks that need it.
bread.
Exactly. So it's completely normal that
But
they would have
weren't
high-end
touched.
bread. Okay, maybe.
And they were placed nice, and there's nobody around.
Okay.
Why? And it's on the second level. The homeless people that usually hang hanging that little cubby on the bottom of the
see
stairs.
that new story? Homeless people can't climb stairs. They're
Why
like
would he
cows. They can climb them, but they can't go back down.
Why would you go up there to eat your bread?
Why? Because you were looking to have the wind block. There's that wall there. The wind's gonna. Or
No, that's
Could
where
it just
that
be
little,
somebody was loading their car and they forgot the bread?
Well, that's what I said, Pat. But it's down the stairwell, not by the cars.
Well, maybe, but they could have been like bringing up loads of stuff at a time and forgot about the bread.
Well, I thought like somebody was bringing the bread in, put it down for a
Could
minute.
be
Like
that.
you said.
Okay,
Yeah.
what-
That's what I thought.
wherever the bread came from, I cannot get out of my head.
What's that?
That as a man as old as you are, you don't understand.
Bread?
No, that like folks that don't have a place to live or maybe need a meal every once in a while don't get like the lowest end stuff. It's whatever is donated. How did you not know that?
I didn't know they were
What, you
getting
think-
top.
you-
I didn't know they were getting top bread.
You think that the Food Link gets a donation? Like, no, too high end for me. No Chiquita. Give me the lower end fruit, please. That's all we can accept. What a stupid take.
All right, so they're eating organic high end.
They're eating whatever doesn't.
$10 loaf bread.
When it comes to donations from stores, they're eating whatever is about to be unsellable.
All right.
And I know that sounds bad, but it all works out.
By the way, they were untouched.
So
Man,
maybe,
if I was homeless, I'd be chowing that bread.
I mean, it's possible. Maybe they opened up, had one piece, didn't like it, and left it.
Well, no, it was too.
No.
Those loaves look too perfect.
They could have had 3 loaves, tried 1 loaf, didn't like it, and left the 2 behind.
Oh, so they can't handle the high end bread.
Well, I don't know. I mean, look, it's got sprouts and like, if it's like pumpernickel, unless it's deep fried croutons, I'm out. Rye, can't do it. Sorry.
Yeah.
Who doesn't love rye bread?
I hate rye bread.
Really?
We
Yeah.
got a little dip.
Like when I get a Reuben, I got to go sourdough instead of rye.
And you don't eat pumpernickel?
I'll eat pumpernickel croutons at the Ruby Tuesdays. That's about it. I stand by what I say.
All right.
Can I ask you a question? I'm sorry, Kimmy, were you going to say something?
No.
She's also off on dark bread.
Now that we are having this discussion about folks out on the street looking for something to eat.
Yeah.
Okay. I've seen on social media the last couple of weeks.
What'd you see?
Well, like folks are arguing that giving money to homeless, I mean, see the endless argument, right? Giving money to homeless people only allows them to buy drugs, and you shouldn't do it.
Or
Not
alcohol.
yeah. And not only that,
Fun stuff.
Not only
Got to
that,
remind you, hey, it can get better.
not only that,
Yeah.
but times are tough. So
Yes.
just being able to part with cash, period, is hard. So the argument I've been seeing from a bunch of people is if you go out to eat and you have leftovers, give them your leftovers when you're on the side of the road. And I can't figure out.
Like just hand the doggy bag
Yeah,
over?
Yeah.
And I can't figure out if that is insulting.
Oh, of
Yeah,
course
I
it's
always wondered
insulting.
that too.
So you all 3 of you, all 2 of you agree.
Unless it's like something new or like you didn't touch it or something, I would think like.
Yeah, here, my mouth's been all
yeah,
over this.
Like
Enjoy.
if it's got a bite out of it, it could. Yeah, that your intentions are good, but
Well, but the argument from these people is
yeah,
it's food.
yeah.
Beggars can't be choosers, like the literal definition of beggars can't be
But
choosers.
you know how I feel about, like, I don't mind giving them money if they want to go get beer, they want to go get drugs. I get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit at home and have 4 scotches tonight
sure.
and say, hey, buddy, you need to eat a solid meal.
I get it. I get it.
I mean, it's a little hypocritical.
No,
So I'd rather give them money.
It's a very progressive take. You don't give them money.
No, but if I was,
Like that's so.
I would.
He sticks
I
his
would
chin
be
up
one
in
of the good ones.
He sticks his chin up in the air. Let me tell you about life. Let me make a great point here about how things may
Who's
work.
got change on them?
Okay,
I got no change.
You got cash?
No, I know. How am I getting cash?
Real life. I heard that you're flashing 20s at Starbucks and then driving off. That's what I heard.
Yeah, but that's, well, my check comes in today from social.
Okay, so it is inappropriate and offensive
I
to
would say
give
so.
a homeless person your doggy bag.
Yeah, because it's like you've already been chewing on it.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Do you let him make that decision? Like, hey, I got this doggy bag. If you're interested, do you want it?
What if he says, well, what do you got?
Why
What's in
would
it?
why would that be a problem?
Like he wants to know what's in it.
Yeah,
Maybe
why
he's
would-
got some allergies.
Or there's food he doesn't like.
Just take it and throw it out, bro.
Okay, wait a minute. Time out.
I'm not having a long conversation with this donation.
All right, you're all over the place because you
If
start
I'm
off.
going to hand him food, I don't want any questions.
You start off with the whole, it's disrespectful, and blah, blah, blah. But
Yes,
if they don't want what you like, now you're going to be offended.
Yes. Take the damn food.
Oh my God!
And by the way, you're hungry. You're going to
Actually,
tell me you can't eat
This
what?
did happen to us once, and I totally understood their
What?
reasoning. My husband had it was like around fall, so he had like this bag of apples. And he's like, I'm going to give this guy my bag of apples. And the guy goes, oh, thank you so much, but I can't take that because he didn't have any teeth on top.
Oh,
So he couldn't eat the apples.
Wow.
So therefore he was like, thanks, but no thanks. But I understood that. I was not offended that man turned away the apples.
Right. But he also had to tell you that it doesn't have any teeth.
Well, yeah, you don't want to be like, no apples.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. He
No,
gave
but
an
he also has
excuse.
to say, I have no teeth because I'm homeless. I have no dental plan. Dental person.
Yeah, I mean, dental plan as a homeless guy is probably expensive.
Yeah.
Also, way to remind the guy he's got no teeth.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's even worse.
You know, I have this vivid memory as a kid. You know, you just want to make people feel good when you're younger. You
Yeah.
try and do the right thing. So I must have been like 12 or 13 years old, and there was this guy on the side of the road. He had a sign like "Hungry, please help."
Yeah,
blah,
yeah,
blah,
yeah.
blah, blah, blah. And I told my mother, I'm like, we should get him something. So I went and I got a loaf of bread, like French bread. That
Yeah.
was okay. And I brought him the bread.
Okay.
And he like looked at me and he took the bread and he didn't say thank you. And I remember my mother like freaked out about it, like
Yeah.
driving away. I can't believe it. But now as an adult, like looking back,
Yeah.
like it's not Les Mis, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I could have got the guy.
Yeah.
I mean, great. I'm a
Kid
third
handing
yeah.
him apples,
I
yeah.
hear. Well, no, it's like, yeah. Like, what are you gonna do with just
Or
a
not
loaf of
apples,
bread?
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, I don't have any peanut butter or jelly or a knife or
They
anything
have
like
anything to
that.
wash it down with.
Dry ass French bread.
So the funniest thing I can remember is years ago on the old show, we were at one of those like morning show boot camp things where all these disgusting morning shows go down and trade disgusting like ideas.
They're like homeless people with homes.
Yeah. So we're in Atlanta, and we're smoking cigars, and this dude walks up, homeless dude, goes, "Man, that looks good." And one of the guys on the show, who wants to like show everybody else up, he goes, "Brah," pulls out
Wonder
another
who that
one.
guy
Guy,
is.
who could it be?
Not saying any names. He goes, "Brah, I got you a treat." So he pulls out, and this is like, we just bought these cigars, right? So I know what he spent on this cigar. And
Damn.
He spent about $15 on this cigar.
Woo.
He hands it to him. He goes, "Damn." He goes, "Thank you." He snaps it in half, pulls the tobacco out, and sticks it in his mouth and walks away. It was hysterical, man.
252 WCMF. This conversation started because Tommy couldn't understand why there may
Bread.
have been a homeless person that had high-end bread that they left behind. Nick's on CMF. Hey, Nick, how are you, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, man. What do you got?
So I used to live out in Northern California, and
Oh, sorry.
I'm from Cali, Northern Cali.
Are we talking about Kelly Nick?
Did you meet Josh Allen or Tom Brady?
all right, guys. So
Are you
live
done
in a
having fun,
restaurant
guys?
sometimes.
Are you done having fun? Let's get serious about the bread.
You want to hear the story, Tommy? Or you want to hear the story?
Oh, I want to hear the story.
He only gave you one option there.
So yeah, exactly. So you'd be leaving a restaurant or something. You have your leftovers. You try and give your leftovers to a homeless dude. I'm not joking. They would stop you and go, "Wait, is this vegan?" and they would turn you down. They would turn you down if it was not vegan.
All right, I kind of get it. You know, you're already in a bad spot
Yes.
health-wise. Let's try and make this as good as possible here. Nick, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the
All
day.
right, see you guys.
There goes. You want to hear it or you want to hear
Yeah.
it? Carrie Ann writes us on Instagram. She says,
Yeah.
actual conversation I had with a homeless person in Vegas. Here's a meal for you. Oh, what is it? Mexican. No thanks. I had that for lunch. I don't know, man. Like, you know, I do feel like we look at homeless folks as more like statues than actual people. And what I mean by that is like, you know, you should be happy for anything you get.
Yeah.
But like, you know, if you had pasta for 7 days in a row, I kind of get why you wouldn't want pasta anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
I've also been like, you know, when we were like on the road and we were like starving.
Sure.
I don't think there's anything I would turn down because I was so goddamn hungry.
No, I remember the things you would put in your mouth to make sure that you could make it to the next day.
You know.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, like sandwiches, club owners, all these things.
Trout mouth. You gotta eat, and nothing to wash it down with. Thank God.
But here's the thing. I
Right.
mean, I don't know what the answer is because then the whole debate of like, yeah, I shouldn't give them money at all because of the neighbors.
Give them the money, man.
I mean, I'm with you, but there are folks who argue it's bad for the community.
Let them have their alcohol. Jesus Christ.
Okay, see, now that's a whole other effing argument that's
What?
gonna. Well, nobody. I agree with you there too. I don't care what you do with the money's
Go
gone.
get it fixed, man.
Once again, you don't give them the money, but like if you were to, that's what you would
Yes.
do, right?
Yeah.
But no, I mean, people get very passionate about the
I
whole
know.
idea of if you give the
My
money.
wife gets very, with the alcohol and the drugs.
Well, good thing she married you to stay away from all of that stuff. We have a dynamite. Just give them the bread. Take the
Yeah.
bread.
Eat the bread.
Take the bread. Got to break it for you this morning here on CMF. It's Friday. You know what that means.
Oh, we're going to get a little creepy.
Yep, Creep Cap coming at you just after 7 o'clock. Also after 7, we've been sending out a Facebook message from a gentleman named Charlie. He wrote us earlier this week, and I'm curious as to where you're going to come down on this.
On Chuck's take?
So he looks like a younger guy. I would guess mid-20s.
A young Chuck.
He and his fiance just bought a house.
Oh,
and
Kimmy, they ain't married yet.
No, they are getting married, but they bought a house.
Right.
It seems like this is the first time they're living together. Kimmy, you remember how expensive all of that was, especially at that younger age?
Yeah.
Okay, jeez. Remember when we said all women are insane this week?
What?
And Kimmy was like, no, not me. You remember? Yeah.
No, I was what?
So you started, what? I didn't even know. I didn't even do anything. What?
Starting to understand your home issues.
Home issues? Can I have some bread? I just need bread.
Yeah, I got some bread for you.
Thank you. No, but Kimmy, you remember how all of the costs at once show up.
Uh-huh.
So someone in Charlie's life decided they were going to try and help him out by giving them something that would cost them a fortune that they needed that had just been slightly used.
It's a gift.
He don't want it.
Oh.
His fiance does. And we got
How slightly used is it? Because that's a pretty wide open term.
It's not about how used it was. It's about what was happening on this.
Oh.
We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, they're going to have to change this policy based on the stories we've seen. And it is funny, like, as you look back in history, the amount of businesses that would put complete blind trust in some of their customers.
All right.
That being said, now that this man, according to police, has had this for over a month, maybe 2,
Oh.
what the hell are you doing with it?
So he needs to bring it back?
Well, she should. He's not. And we'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's get In reality,
Yeah.
this was a bad system from the start.
Oh.
You're giving people this vehicle they don't know how to drive. You're taking minimal information, trusting them that they're going to bring it back to you.
Yeah.
And the story we're about to share with you, it's become more common than you think, which is a little strange because although it would be very easy to take this and I guess never bring it back, now that you got it,
Yeah.
what the hell are you doing with it?
What kind of vehicle?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 6:45, you turn on the news, open the papes,
Yeah.
get on social media, and all you see is how expensive groceries are.
Oh, it's too much.
Right? And folks around here, I'm going to get out of New York, and I'm going to go to a place where things are better and less expensive.
Yeah, the people are real.
Yeah. Well, it turns out maybe that's a bad move because
Oh.
when it comes to what we're spending on groceries,
Here.
it's way better than you think.
Oh, really?
At least compared to other places. And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, this story comes to us from Henrietta.
What happened?
It is right around the corner from Jefferson Road. Employees at the Pensky rental say they rented a box truck out to a man on January 10th.
Renting on a Jeff.
That's right. And the plan
Yeah.
was for this man to return this box truck 5 days later. But as you can imagine,
Yeah.
because we are talking about it, that did not happen.
So.
Lost in the henny.
Do. So they can't. Do they know where it is?
No, they have no idea.
They don't have a tracking
Oh,
device
still,
on it.
they still haven't recovered.
If they have, no, it is, as far as I know, it says they made numerous attempts to contact the man, quote, with negative results. And we are now coming up on 2 months since this man.
Maybe he's got a lot to move.
Okay, possible. Yeah, you bring up a good point. Do they not GPS U-Haul and Pensky
I thought
trucks?
they all had them.
but maybe not.
Well, you
Especially
make a lot of
now.
assumptions, though.
I feel like that's something somebody told us once, and we're like, yeah, that makes sense.
But why
we
would
just
they?
went with it.
So people don't run off with your stuff.
Well, but here's the thing. It's just 4 wheels and particle board. I mean, like, how much money are you putting into this stuff?
Yeah.
I don't know. So police are now on the lookout for this man. He is facing unauthorized use of a motor vehicle.
Aren't they like big, bright yellow trucks?
Yes, they are. Penske ones,
Right.
yes. But here's the thing. They rent those out to everybody.
True.
So, like, the idea of keeping an APB out for a big yellow truck, there's like 30 people at once driving all over the place using them. So, right off the bat, maybe it's time to talk about how places like U-Haul and Pensky rent trucks. Because, like, from the beginning of their business plan, it was never a great system.
Really, take the truck, bring it back when you're done.
No, but see here, you're oversimplifying it. When you really sit back and look at it, the phone number is 252-WCMF. Okay, here's this vehicle
Yeah.
that you have never driven and are not qualified to drive.
But you sign a few papers,
Yep.
you're good.
Yep, here you go. Good luck. Godspeed.
Yeah.
By the way, just give us your license, your address, and a credit card.
Yeah.
And promise you'll bring it back.
Yeah.
That's the end of that interaction.
But they do have all your info. So, and you have your driver's license. So, I mean, they're kind of covered.
Yeah, how'd that work out for this?
Well,
Not so great.
I guess.
Okay. It's dangerous, like just allowing us to just take one of those trucks. I mean, let's be real here. If you've ever driven a U-Haul or a Pensky truck for the first time and you pull out on the street, it is one of those like, oh, my God.
This is bigger
Yeah.
than I thought.
And like the second a breeze hits you on 390, you're like, oh, I'm going through 4 lanes. Right? And here's the thing.
What?
If someone wanted to take that truck forever, it kind of seems like, based on, Kimmy, the stories we've seen, they could.
They got to be
Yeah,
able to
so-
track it down eventually.
Well,
Why
Because-
don't they have it back yet?
Is it a stolen vehicle?
No, it's unauthorized use. Remember, it's
Well,
like,
when does it switch over to stolen?
I don't think it ever does because they had permission to take it. They just haven't bringing it back.
All right.
Brought it back.
Can
But-
uh,
I can imagine what the if you brought it back.
yeah.
He ain't got it, but yeah, I can imagine what the whack is on that thing now.
I wonder if you could call Pensky. I'm sorry, Kimmy.
Well, that's okay.
And negotiate. Like, all right, listen.
Like it's a hostage
Yes,
situation.
I have your truck and I'll bring it back, but I want you to waive all late fees and tell the cops everything's cool.
Well, I cut a deal.
I wonder if that would work. Because if they just want the truck back, they'll let everything go.
So like just cut a deal.
Yeah. Could you think that would work?
No, it's a big company, man.
Understood, but think about it, man. It's still those trucks are
But
not
like,
cheap.
if they do that, that just opens up the window for everybody to negotiate you getting your truck
well,
back.
you don't broadcast that you're doing it. You just
But
let
it would get
happen.
out there, right?
I don't know.
Social media would get out there.
I mean, look, this guy is also stealing Penske trucks. I don't know how much of a social media following he has. He's a Penske truck stealing influencer.
unless he's created like a little side business where he's like a moving guy.
Okay.
Oh.
Like he's like cutting deals and moving people around.
Wait, it's called Spensky. He just spray paints an S in front of the sign.
Spenskys.
Kimmy, you were saying. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you.
Well, so you said they have your credit card. but
And they have your
can't-
driver's license.
Yeah, but they wouldn't be able to charge your credit card, right? Because there's a limit to that.
And you could also,
So-
I mean,
But
eventually,
usually they have a hold on your credit card when you drive
Yeah.
off.
I love.
I
guys
don't know.
like
That's
this.
what. Well, I guess that's what I'm asking is like, what can they do with your credit card?
Well, they could keep banging it, but you're right. Either you could cancel the card, or
Yeah.
eventually, like, you run out of room on it. I mean, come on, we were bums. We know how this works.
Yeah.
Right.
I just thought like they had a better system now because back in the day they couldn't follow you electronically.
Sure.
You had to remember they just had that little roller thing and you signed your name.
Yep.
But like now they know everything.
Apparently, they don't.
And they have your insurance. They have your because you got to give them all your information.
It's less information than you think. Okay.
No, I rented one. Remember when I moved? I had
Sure.
to give them my all that stuff, and I had to prove I had insurance.
Understood.
And the insurance covered that.
But again, okay, so they got your insurance, they got your driver's license number, they got your address.
They
and your
got you
credit
by the balls.
card. Okay, why don't they have this truck back? Like, you keep arguing, but all I have to go is, hey, it's been 2 months, truck ain't back yet.
Do they have like investigators that go like
Ooh,
to the guy's house?
Pensky, please.
Yeah.
Pensky cops, freeze. I don't know. That's
well, unless he was moving.
oh,
I
good
mean,
point.
Like
he could've
cross country?
I don't know,
No.
you could have taken it pretty far.
No,
if you
let's say he
wanted
went he went west.
I mean, you could.
And then you could show up to his address on his license, but he might not live there
But
anymore.
here's the thing, Kimmy. He could just move across town.
Yeah.
Right? You could move from one part
Yeah.
of, Chili to another. They still wouldn't know where to find you. So Bree writes us.
What'd she say?
We're talking about this story. It happened in Henrietta. A guy went in, rented a Pensky truck. He was supposed to have it for 5 days. That was back on January 10th. According to the story, the truck's still out there. They are looking for this man. He is facing charges of unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. And we're talking about the system here. Kind of was flawed from the start.
Yeah.
Bree writes us on Instagram. She says, U-Haul does the trackers. My buddy works for them, says he's been the recon man when people don't bring him back in time.
Gotta go chase him down.
Maybe she means the repo man, so you got to go jump in the truck and go?
So she's saying U-Haul does?
U-Haul does, but this is Pensky.
But
Nate.
Pensky doesn't?
I don't know, unless this guy knew where the GPS was and took it out of the car.
Oh.
I don't know.
Disabled? Okay.
I'm just throwing theories out there now. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Eric. Hey, Eric, how are you, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, man.
Eric.
Oh, Tommy.
Oh, Tommy. What do you got, buddy?
Hey, okay, with Pensky, they have truck numbers. They write it down. They take pictures of everything. You sign it. But they don't have tracking in them.
Okay.
Why would they do that? Is Richard Pensky like anti-tracking?
He's pro numbers.
Yeah. Well, he had a nice car.
They just don't. I've rented Pensky trucks. There's yellow ones and white ones.
So you got that going for you.
All right.
Wait, hold on. Is Pensky the race car driver?
Yeah.
Is that the same company?
Yeah, so it's a racing team, yeah.
No, I know it is a racing team. I'm asking if they own Pensky.
It's the same company. It's the same people. Richard Pensky. He was famous back in the day.
No, I know that there is a okay. Eric, do you know any about this? Because he's giving me that stupid look to where I think he might be lying. He's lying. You're lying.
It's
You're
Pensky.
lying.
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
Yeah, he is.
Idiot.
You know who's a big investor?
Who's that?
David Letterman.
Shut up.
Because they're all from Indiana.
Shut up. Eric, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Like, if you actually knew the stuff you made up, you'd be a pretty smart person. Okay, so with all of this that we're talking about, right, like how dumb it is that they kind of trust everybody the way that they do, renting trucks like this, there's also dumb on the other side of this story, too.
Who's that?
Well, look, after this man who allegedly stole this truck and kept it for 2 months gets his hands on the truck, and now you've got it. It's yours.
Yeah.
What are you doing with it?
Oh.
Is it like your car now?
Oh, maybe so.
And I guess it would be the
Tooling around
Could you
town
live
in a
in
big
it?
old truck.
Okay, so Kimmy, you ask if they could live in it.
Yeah.
There's this weird subculture of influencers on Instagram who do this.
They're like vagabonds.
Yeah, they buy U-Haul trucks and they live out of them in like Walmart parking lots. And I guess the idea I've seen from most of them is I'm saving to buy a house,
Right.
and this is how I'm saving money. So I guess it's not out of the question you could live in the thing. I don't know how you would do that up here. It's just like particle board wood, right?
Yeah, you'd
Yeah.
freeze your ass off.
Unless you got like a really nice sleeping bag.
Okay.
But then you're investing in a sleeping bag and then stealing a box truck.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it could be your everyday driver. It's
That
weird.
would- yeah.
You're not paying for it, though.
Okay.
Although, like, every moment it's on the road, you risk getting caught.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
Because so is it all right? So they tell the cops that this truck is missing, but it's not stolen. It's been what do you call it?
well, no, he borrowed it and then never brought it back.
So the
Unauthorized
cops
use of-
know it's gone.
Yeah, unauthorized
Yeah.
use of motor vehicle. Yeah, I pulled this from.
So
the
wouldn't
motor-
like those like readers, like if the cops are going around like the parking lots, wouldn't that pick it up on the plates?
Great question. I don't know.
I guess
Or
you
they
could
had to
change
now the
plates.
cops had to go knock at every Pensky truck to see what's going on.
Let me see your paperwork, your Pensky paperwork. They called us from Daytona. He's down there this weekend racing. He wants to know. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Pete. Hey, Petey, how are you, buddy?
Hey, worst loss prevention people in the country. He got his address to go to the post office and get his forwarding address.
Okay, hold on,
and
bro.
check that place out.
Bro, now here's the thing. But this ain't 1950. I had the wrong address on my ID for like 9 years. Nobody puts their forwarding address there. No, Pete, why don't you call the Pony Express and see if they can get a hold of him too?
Yeah. The cops ain't doing it. You might as well hire a private dick or something. I don't know.
All right, Tommy, you doing anything? Pete, thanks for the call. All right, great call, Pete. You go get their forwarding address.
Ooh, and you wait for them.
That's right. And then you have them buy war bonds. We got Facebook messages coming in. The conspiracy theories have officially started.
All right, what we got?
This comes in from Jake. Jake says these companies want the trucks to get stolen. They're beat up and not worth anything on the secondary market. But if they are stolen, insurance money will pay them out for a new truck.
Oh, wait. A new truck?
New truck.
I don't think that's how that works.
I don't think that's how it works either.
Yeah.
Is there any sense, though, that they're going to get paid if they eventually report this truck is gone and that benefits them? That they're not going to look too hard to find it?
I guess. But I thought, like, they just sell the trucks to, like, for scrap or something.
No, you can buy, like, U-Haul they'll sell the old trucks.
Oh, all right.
It's the same thing as, like, Enterprise Rent-A-Car. You can go buy rent-a-cars that had been rented and now it's your car.
Yeah.
That's how my dad used to buy his cars.
Really? So then you go get the stale bread.
There was a Enterprise Rent-A-Car off of Brooks Avenue.
Did he buy an old rent-a-car?
Yeah. He would buy, like, the last 3 cars he had when I was living in where I live.
They're probably cheap, though, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, for a reason. Like, have you ever been conscious or taking care of a rent-a-car? Like, you do
No.
60 immediately pulling out
Yeah.
the parking lot. 252 WCMF. We'll take one more call. Tommy had told us, you shared a great bit of information, that Pensky, the rental company, also owned by the
Richard Pensky, the race car driver and the race team.
Yeah, 252 WCMF. John's got the last word. Hey, Johnny, how are you, buddy?
Good. Good morning. I just wanted to tell Tommy that it's Richard. It's not Richard Pensky. It's Roger Pensky.
No, I only paid attention to his brother, the one that teamed up with Don Garlitz.
And hey, Duff.
Yo.
Just one thing about cars. You know, Roger Pensky is race car guy and big. I just wanted to tell you, I called in and you yelled at me about, things going in threes. So you had to buy the tennis racket for your daughter and then the hockey stick.
That's 2.
And remember I said that maybe your washing machine or your check engine light's going to come on?
Yeah, you were a dick. I remember that, yes.
Yeah, I was kind of. But, no good deed goes unpunished. So guess whose check engine light came on?
John, I'm sorry it happened to you, but it couldn't have happened to a better person.
Luckily, the damn thing's under warranty.
Well, you should call Richard Pensky. Maybe he can help you out.
Call his brother.
Exactly. Have a good day.
Bye, John. Have a good rest of the day. All right, let's take a break. There's that saying, the grass always greener on the other side.
Yeah.
And you assume change of scenery, especially from New York State,
Sure.
is going to make things better, cheaper, easier.
Yeah, nice.
But at least when it comes to this, which seems to be affecting people the most, I mean, their budgets.
Yeah.
We have it way better than you think we do.
So we good.
Like, I mean, look, good is a relative term. Better, however,
right.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. life is all about perspective.
Yeah, buddy.
Sure, things feel bad for you, and in this area, things have been, rough, budget-wise, right? But it can be good to take a step back and see what other people are dealing with. Because as much as our budgets are tightening when it comes to going to the grocery store,
Too much.
believe it or not, we're actually in a pretty good spot
No kidding.
when it comes to bang for our buck.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7 o'clock. It's Friday. You know what that means.
Oh, a little creepy.
That's right. Creep kept coming at you. We have a gentleman who wrote us a Facebook message earlier this week. He's got a lot of things going on in his life.
Yeah.
He's getting married.
Ooh.
Just bought a house with his fiancée.
Oh, he's loaded up, buddy.
And look, man, if you bought a house young, you know how expensive
Oh,
that gets.
bend over, man.
And you got to start bringing
And
in.
it don't stop
You
for
got
30
it.
years.
So if I told you could save $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 by someone just giving you something, that would
Oh,
be
you
great.
take it.
Okay. He don't want it because he says using this from his mom and dad is too disturbing for him to be able to take it in.
So he don't want it.
He don't want it. His fiance does, and it's created
Why pass?
You're going to be okay with this. I'm curious where Kimmy comes down.
All right.
You're going to be
We'll
okay with
see.
taking it is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Tommy,
Yeah, buddy.
I have in front of me a study done by Wallet Hub.
What are they saying?
It's the states where people spend the most and the least on groceries. But here's the thing. They didn't do it by straight up price because that wouldn't be accurate.
Yeah.
Different money is worth more in different places in the country.
Yeah.
They did it based on percentage of income you make in
All
a
right.
year. You get what
Okay.
I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. How much of it's going towards food?
You got it. And by using that metric, the state of New York, according to this study, has the 16th cheapest groceries in America.
Oh, damn.
We are in the bottom third nationally for what we budget out of the money we make versus what we spend grocery shopping.
I'm a little shocked.
You are surprised by this.
Yeah, I thought we were paying a ton.
Why is that?
Because you live in this state. It just costs a lot.
Costs a lot. I got no numbers to back it up, but you live in a state.
Well, I
You
just-
go to the grocery store, they got your hands in their pockets. You see what eggs cost right now?
Well, I mean, you got Wegmans, you got a lot of higher end grocery stores probably charge you more.
Yeah, but they're also in other states.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then there's busted ass state.
Like what?
Any southern state, busted
Okay.
ass state.
Well, it's interesting you bring that up, but I want you to remember saying that.
Right.
Put a pin in that. Kimmy, does it surprise you that we are in the bottom third nationally for what we budget on grocery shopping?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I would think that based on our standard of grocery store
Okay.
in this town, like we would typically spend more than the average person.
Okay. Now, here's the thing.
What's that?
Since 2019, nationally, the cost of groceries has risen about 25% on average.
Yeah.
And look, we're all feeling it. It's not
Oh,
fun.
yeah.
Carton of eggs costs you left nut now. But compared to other places, we are in a good spot. Like you
Damn.
just said, you would have thought the South would have had the cheapest groceries.
Right.
States like Mississippi, West Virginia, and Arkansas are spending almost double what we are compared to their income on groceries.
Okay.
So take the issues we're having right now, right, money-wise,
Yeah.
and then multiply the cost of your weekly grocery budget times 2.
Okay.
That would be the equivalent of living in Mississippi, West Virginia.
So that's because they're so poor.
Yes, you got it. Their average income is so low.
Like
median
Mississippi's about as busted as it gets.
income. Yeah, which is one of the, I don't know why they made that their state song.
I wonder if like more rural places, like they have less options, so you're kind of forced to spend more on those maybe smaller stores. You know
Yes.
what I mean? Like convenience stores more than like those bigger box stores essentially.
So it's called the Dollar General problem. Dollar
Right.
General does this. Well, they'll go into lower-end communities
Yeah.
and cities, or they'll go into rural communities,
Yeah.
and it looks like it's cheaper, but they're actually selling you less amount of things
Right.
Right.
for less of a
Smaller
price. So
portion.
yes, in the long run, you end up spending more money. Kimmy, that's a good theory that these places are so spread out
Yeah,
and you
because,
make
like,
so
I'm
little
thinking,
money.
You know,
Right.
if you live in like these small towns, kind of in the middle of nowhere, you may only have like one or two places
we s-
tops where you're
We saw it on the road.
shopping.
Like you would go in to get gas, you would see people in there
Yeah.
grocery shopping at basically a convenience store.
Yeah, which is funny because we've all kind of started doing that too. Like
Yeah.
there are very now few grocery stores that don't have, or excuse me, gas stations that don't have like full grocery stores and stuff.
Yeah, but back in the day, but it was always weird because like your options were so limited back then. Like if you wanted like a meal,
Yeah.
it was either going to be tuna fish or those little cans of Vienna sausages.
Which, by the way, you mix those two things together,
Oh, my God,
surprisingly
you
good
gotta-
meal.
Well, it's surf and turf.
Matthew writes us on Instagram. He says, I guess referring to Mississippi, West Virginia, and Arkansas, those states also have a lower cost of living. Yeah, you're right. But
they're poor.
yeah, you make much less money
right,
on
right.
average.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you're right. If you have a job where you make a ton of money in West Virginia,
Yeah, you're fat.
yeah, but
it goes
that's-
long.
The overwhelming majority of people don't do that.
Not so good.
Okay, so here's my question.
Yeah.
With the knowledge that we are now in the bottom third
All
of
right,
what
we're doing good.
Yeah, what we spend on groceries compared to what we make in America, there are things that will make people move to a new community. Job would be the biggest one.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Low housing costs would
Yeah,
also help.
yeah.
We've seen people move from Rochester for that very reason. Would low cost of groceries be on that list right now?
I don't think you could be that picky right now.
You don't think so? What do you mean
No.
by that?
I mean, think about like if you're somebody looking to move or buy a new house, whatever it is, you're pretty limited, especially here when it comes to where you can go.
Okay, I'm talking like
Out of state.
Yeah, out of state kind of
Okay.
stuff.
Like,
So
I'm
let-
going to move to Mississippi because food's cheaper.
yeah, if that
Oh,
were
I
the
see.
case.
I see. You're saying big move.
So let's say hypothetically you could
My
work.
money goes longer.
Yes, you can work remotely.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to keep your salary that you make here in New York, but you can move to West Virginia, Mississippi, Arkansas, and you could cut your food bill in half every week.
Yeah.
Would that move financially be worth it?
I mean, it's kind of how people thought about moving south out of here to begin with because the taxes were cheaper.
Right.
Yeah,
So it also-
taxes,
right.
taxes.
Property
Which makes your money go longer.
Yeah.
Sure, sure.
They had no property. Remember, Florida's got no state tax.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people go down there because, like, you eliminate all that. So, yeah, people would probably do that.
So, fun fact, the average American with kids spends around $331 a week on groceries. And I know there are people laughing about how much that sounds. It's on average.
Yeah.
It's on average. But for the sake of the discussion, Kimmy, let's say you could move 7 hours away
Yeah.
and spend one half of the average. That's $8,320 a year back in your pocket. Would an extra $8,320 a year be worth a 7-hour move?
Just to pick up and move your entire life.
You got everything, you'll have the same job, everything will be fine. You move your life for an extra $8,000 a year.
I'm probably too lazy for that. So that's a lot to think about.
Would you move for a job that paid you an extra $8,300 a year?
I mean, no, because I
Okay.
feel like I probably could do that and I haven't. So the answer would be no.
Listen to this over here. Everybody wants me.
Well, I think any
Yeah, I can do it. Whatever. They're just throwing money at me.
Punch my ticket. The problem with food is, like, food fluctuates, right? So, like, this could all change in 6 months.
Sure.
And then you move for nothing. You know what I mean?
yeah.
It is
True,
a valid point,
true.
but I mean,
Like a place where, like, you're not going to pay any state taxes. Well, you're anchored in.
okay, but here's the thing. You would go to that place and find a new job. There are people that'll move for jobs, right?
Yeah.
That same argument can be made for your gig because you can move for a job and then,
Yeah.
4 years later, the job's gone.
Right,
You've
true.
moved. You own this house. You're paying a mortgage on it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
It's always a risk.
Yes. I mean, I don't know how much of a difference there would be because it's funny.
But it'd be like moving for gas prices.
But again, if you could save $8,300 a year.
And gas, let's say, same thing, right? They got cheap gas in the south.
Yeah. I mean,
It's
look,
that southern gas.
Southern gas.
Smells
going-
like eggs.
Yeah, it was from Ron Pensky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You always smell like burning eggs.
252 WCMF. According to the study done by Wallet Hub, based on the money we spend on groceries versus what we make, New York State is in the bottom third of what we spend on groceries. The worst states in America for income versus what they spend on groceries, Mississippi, West Virginia, and Arkansas. And it's a surprising statistic based on what we're paying, for stuff that we eat. But, the perspective is good. You bring up the whole, it's like moving for gas.
Yeah.
I know there are people listening right now who would move their family 7 hours away for an extra $8,300.
Oh, sure.
Right?
It's a big difference.
So, I mean, in that way, I guess you could also look at this study as if you are thinking about going somewhere else, by staying, you may be saving that $8,300 a year because if you go to a state like Mississippi, West Virginia, those places, according to the study, you're doubling your grocery bill.
True. But you're going to raise some really dumb kids.
I mean, proof positive, sitting across from me.
Southern dumb.
He's wearing a jacket and a turtleneck.
Yes.
I'm double war in New York State. All right, let me ask you this, Kimmy.
Yeah.
How much money would it take you to pick up and move out of state?
It would have to change your lifestyle, I think. Like, I would have to be in, like, a whole other tax bracket to do that.
So,
'Cause otherwise, like, if I'm, yeah, you might be making more money, but is my lifestyle changing at all? Am I still doing the same stuff, living in the same type of house? What's I guess, for me, and I don't have kids, so that's not a factor.
Okay.
Like, how would that change my life?
$30,000. 30 grand a year.
know.
Oh,
A triple your current salary.
But am I miserable living in that place? Like,
You're
is there
miserable
any-
here.
Yeah, I
Is there
mean, to his
anything?
point.
Is there anything to do? I mean, am I am I still going to have to travel to see family and friends all the time?
Well, here's the
I
thing.
don't
They
know.
do say
Cheap weed.
That exists everywhere.
Kimmy's got the plug. I mean, Kimmy, they say home is where you make it.
Right.
$30,000 a year extra.
They got an airport ticket wherever you want to go.
Would you at least think about it? 30,000?
Maybe. I don't know. I'm pretty comfortable here.
Okay. Kimmy.
It would have to be somewhere cool.
Well, okay.
Like, I'm not moving to the middle of nowhere. That
So-
freaks me out. Like, living in the middle of nowhere freaks me out.
So you wouldn't move to like Iowa for an extra
No,
30 grand a
no.
year? Why does that freak you out?
I don't know.
Iowa's beautiful in the summer.
Yeah. If you like corn.
And good people.
Yeah.
Good Western, Midwestern folk.
Depending on, what you look
Just
like.
watch your mouth.
How much money annually more would it take for you to pick up and go right now?
Yeah, my age?
Yes, I'm asking. 50 grand? I love how both of you were like, no. The first number I say, both of you were like,
I mean, I think about it.
Extra 50 G?
Yeah.
Des Moines, Iowa?
Yeah.
Sold.
Oh, my God. You're going to die in Des Moines.
Why not?
Okay.
These are the first places to die than Des Moines.
All right. I just find it funny. Like,
And I always liked Iowa.
Kimmy's point matters more to you and you don't even realize it.
Right.
Because you need stuff to do even though you don't do anything.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, you love like living in a walkable town, having your regular spots, your like corner bar.
you can't wear turquoise sewn shoes in Iowa, boy.
You can. You just got to walk fast.
You love your gazebos. You love the canal.
Yeah.
I mean, unless you're living in the Quad Cities, you got nothing. And even the Quad Cities aren't that exciting.
Like
Quad
there's no
Cities are
body
pretty
of
weird.
water. People
Well, you got the
probably swim in
Mississippi.
ponds and stuff.
The old Mississippi.
I'm going to take the dog and I'll walk down in Mississippi in my turquoise sneakers.
And the mighty Missouri.
And he's missing. He's missing. No, I mean, but there is cruelty to that move.
What
You
is
also
that?
forget like people are different in different parts of the U.S. Like,
You're
you're
100%
used to
right.
a certain type of dealing with a certain type of person here where you live, and that could totally change your quality of life depending on how you think and feel things should be.
No, I think that is the number one underestimation for people that like
What's that?
fantasize about leaving. I mean, we've said this before. You look at somewhere like Europe,
Yeah.
where it's smaller than
Yeah.
everything. You're England and France and Spain. Those are different countries. They speak different languages. They have much different
Completely,
cultures.
yes. History, yeah.
If you were to drive from here to Chicago, which is not even halfway across the United States, in other places, you'd be driving through 5 different countries.
Yeah,
4 or 5
sure.
different countries that have 4 or 5 different languages. Like the culture in the different parts of the United States, it's great. It makes us what it is,
Yeah.
but it could be hard to adjust to if it's not something you were raised in.
I guess I could tolerate anything if it was oceanfront.
Okay.
If I could live on the ocean.
Anywhere?
Any part of the United States coastline ocean, I would take. Why not?
I mean, I would take oceanfront, yeah.
No, but anywhere. Maine is beautiful.
All right.
I would take Texas. I would take California. Yeah, anywhere.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this move. Let's take one more call. We started this conversation with the knowledge we now have that let me try this again. New York is in the bottom third of grocery costs compared to what we make in America. Like, we're actually way better than a lot of other spots. We talked about moving. Gary, he moved out of here. He's a traitor. Gary, you're on CMF. What's up, buddy?
Hey, how you doing today?
Come in.
Yeah, the biggest thing with me is when my job offered to give me $5,000 to move. That you're gonna, if you want to pay to relocate me, I'm all on board.
Okay, where did you go?
I'm down here, actually Marietta, Georgia.
So outside of Atlanta, then?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Nice area.
So,
Yeah.
so we had brought up $8,300. They paid to move you and an extra $5,000 a year, and that did it for you.
I make more. It was $5,000 to move,
Oh, okay.
and then I'm making 20,000 probably more a year.
Well, they call them Gary Coins down there.
Oh, yeah. Wait, just Diamond Carrot?
Diamond Gary.
Yeah, but Bacon's got to be a culture shock coming from your
Marietta.
Oh, sorry, Marietta, which is south of Atlanta.
North. Anything south of Atlanta sucks.
It's where Rod Pensky lives.
Oh,
out there, you
yeah.
idiot.
Good people.
All right, but Gary,
He's my neighbor.
Gary, I mean, you are close to a major metropolitan American city, but when it came to the culture shock, was it that much of a difference between Rochester and Marietta?
The weather was more of a factor. Like, we had to ditch my truck. I came down here with a Ford Explorer, and you just can't get in and out of traffic. They're doing 90. I had to get rid of the truck to get a faster, sportier car.
Oh, that sucks, Gary.
But you can't get good bagels.
I mean, it does bring
Pizza
up traffic.
sucks.
Traffic's
Oh,
a
the
factor in a
pizza
lot of
food.
places.
Yeah, traffic is huge.
What about that chow?
75, 85. Hey, we got the Waffle House.
Oh, they,
All right.
oh
They
he's
do
got
have that.
Waffle House. Damn it. Think about how much money. How
I
much
would
wa-
trade bagels for Waffle House.
Think about how much Waffle House you could buy with an extra $20,000 a year.
You could buy a Waffle House.
You could do that. Gary, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of
No
the day.
problem. Yep.
There goes Atlanta
Yeah.
Gary.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a break. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, a little creepy.
Yep, Creep kept coming at you. And look, there's like 5 different ways we can go with this Facebook message we got
Okay.
earlier this week. Because this gentleman, he looks like a younger guy.
Yeah.
He's getting married.
Mhm.
He just bought a house.
Okay.
A lot of changes happened to him. And both of those things are very expensive.
They drain you.
So his parents, and his mother specifically, stepped up and offered to do something. By the way, she didn't go to him. She went to his fiance.
Okay.
Like, that is your child. She offered this to his fiance.
All right.
And his fiance agreed immediately. Yes, we want this. It's going to save them thousands of dollars.
All right.
When he found out, he was upset.
Take it.
He doesn't want it because he says it's
Oh.
going to skeeve him the hell out. And here's the thing, man. I get it. I get it. Because there are some items in a home that are simply too intimate.
Well, you've never used this with a girlfriend when your parents weren't home, did you?
No, because that's weird.
I did.
Yeah, and it's weird.
It was fun.
We'll get into it.
It was a bigger area to work. It's a
Yeah,
nice
that's
work-
what you need.
Bro, I spread out when I get down on it.
Groundhog ass looking banging.
I get down on it, bro.
We'll get into it next day with the break room on CMF. On one hand, this could save you a couple $1,000.
Nice.
On the other hand, ew.
I've had a few experiences with this stuff.
Yes.
As a young man and as an adult,
Mm.
and there's nothing to worry about. I'm a germaphobe.
Yeah, and that's what's so weird about this. Because once this would be in your head, it would be impossible to get a good night's rest without being skeeved out. It doesn't matter how comfy. It doesn't matter how big. Because your mom and dad use this, and now they want to give it to you.
Mm-hmm.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it is Friday.
Yeah, buddy.
You gross-ass bitch.
It's going to get grosser after this.
Gross.
Great. And you guess
This is an appetizer.
a little bit of creep.
Yeah.
All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long, the creep cap on CMF.
Hey there. You feeling creepy? Well, you're about to be. Come get some of this creep cap on the break room on WCMF.
She's going to groom her cooch before she puts it on camera.
Oh, she's
bro.
doing cooch grooming? One of my favorite Bee Gees songs of all time. Cooch grooming.
Grooming that cooch. Papa don't know no China.
Oh, God, no.
Man, he sure enjoys mama's vagina.
Take it back. Remake it right
Do
now.
your job.
How dare you?
I'm paying for your pubes.
Dude's going hard in the bread aisle.
Okay.
Ah!
It's a busy aisle to choose.
He's
look.
a complete doho.
Topless bagels
So
and
when
donuts?
so they it was.
What was it called? Holes?
No, because your mom didn't work there. Ain't nothing better than an Arkansas dildo. But I'd wipe it clean first, son. It's gonna taste like grits.
Why would you? That's not where it goes.
that's the problem.
Why was it in grits in the first place?
Eating grits with my dildo brother. I got thrown out of that Waffle House, but I'll try another. My mother had a beautiful rack.
I know. I was
No, she wanted one of them sturdy Auburn racks.
Wait,
We lost bombs at Tallywhack.
one of my favorite Ribs Arkansas songs.
We lost bomb at Tallywhackers. She ran off with some young crackers.
Oh.
He's stuck.
He faked J.O. and it got
I ain't
himself
got the
stuck.
whack back I used to have, son. Crank it out, old Winn-Dixie. I don't think I can rhyme that. I'm getting delayed. But you like meatballs?
I love tiny meatballs, yes.
Tiny ones.
Tiny, itty-bitty meatballs.
How small?
Oh, like tiny. Tiniest. Why? Where you going?
Well, I can't help that.
It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, the creep cap on CMF. So I would like to read you a piece of a Facebook message we received a few days ago.
What happened?
Well, it's a long one, so I'm going to give you some background.
Yeah.
Charlie wrote us. He and his fiance just closed on a house.
Nice.
So he's got a lot going on. He's getting married, new house. I would estimate he's between like 25 and 28 looking at
So
his
it's a
picture.
big commitment.
It is,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
And very exciting. Very exciting. And Kimmy, you know, as a younger person buying a house,
Yeah.
getting married all in the same time, when you are doing this stuff, not only does it get very expensive,
Yeah.
so you are trying to save as much money as you can,
Mm-hmm.
your family will also unload all the things they don't
Yep.
want
Yep.
on you.
Hey, come take a look at my basement.
Friends and family will start showing up with stuff.
And that's where the trouble begins.
So what's the problem?
We'll jump in the middle of this Facebook message here from Charlie. Quote, my fiance and I haven't lived together, and we both have full-size beds, so we planned on buying a new one. My fiance mentioned this to my mom randomly, and my mother offered to give them my parents' bed.
Probably king size.
She said they needed a new one anyways, and they'd just be donating it.
Wore that mother out.
It's
On mother.
It's a California king-size bed.
Ooh,
That's a big
California king?
Cali-
That's as big as it gets, son. That's coast to coast.
So Charlie goes on, my fiance said yes right away and was excited to tell me. When she told me, I said absolutely not. Not only is a used mattress gross, I don't think she realized that I wouldn't want to sleep in a bed that my parents have had sex on.
Getting sticky where mama sat.
Ew.
That's what she said.
Why?
She says I'm overreacting, Charlie goes on, that we can't afford a bed like this, and if we got a new one, we could be saving at least $1,000, which
Oh.
we really need. He says, I'm not backing down. He goes on from there, but that's all we need. All right.
Yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263, getting your parents' bed for free. And there's a lot of layers to this Facebook message. Let's start with the gross factor. You, Tommy, sit for a second. You sit there quietly.
I haven't said a word yet.
Kimmy?
Yeah.
Yes, you did. You said gross words.
You said gross words.
You did say gross words.
You
Kimmy,
are
Yeah.
trouble.
could you sleep in your parents' bed?
Well, this whole thing for two reasons. Like, there's a reason they want to get rid of the bed because it's either uncomfortable or it's old enough now where they're
Plus
like,
of
yeah,
them
we need a
springs.
new one.
I said be quiet.
I am. Be quiet.
So on that level alone, I'm like, nah, no, thank you.
Papa got sprung, busted them springs.
Yeah, I'm out on.
Mama lays back and she stares at the ceiling and sings.
I'm out on most used family beds.
So the gross factor bothers you?
Yeah, unless like it was like in a different room or something, like a guest room or something.
Okay.
If that's like your main area where you slept, I'm out.
They were doing all kinds of banging in that bed.
Oh,
And
sure.
Who knows what kind of fluids have seeped into that mattress?
Well, you know what kinds.
No, I'm saying like that's where you're gonna lay your head at night on your dad's batch on the battress. It's your dad's battress. You have no problem with this?
So I told you, like, when my parents would go away, my first girlfriend, Taraline, I would bang her on my parents' bed because they had the big king-size bed. And we would
your
get,
own room.
And
Bro.
you're tiny.
bro, we would get, I mean, we would do some butt-ass naked banging. Like, we were both
Butt-naked banging.
stripped down
I think that's how it's supposed
teenage,
to be.
banging on my parents' sheets, like, tearing it up. And I didn't even care what month it was, where we're at. We just went after it.
Nobody asked you that.
bed. That's your parents' bed.
Yes.
And you were
It's not holy ground.
Okay, question. That didn't freak her out a little bit?
No, she's a kid. By the way, she's a Florida girl.
Okay, fair enough.
You're a Florida boy banging on your parents' bed.
You can layer them up against a palm tree, man. They don't care.
That is one of the grossest things you've ever described on this show. And that says a lot if you listen to this.
All right, so when I moved here, I had nothing. I had $30 to my name. I had a little tiny efficiency, one bedroom, like that's it, one room apartment on Park. So I had nothing. So I went out and I bought a used TV for $100. I bought a used mattress and bed for $100.
Okay.
And for $200, I was up and running. So I had a used mattress and it was just a small mattress, but it was, I don't even know how old it was, but $100, I had a bed.
Okay, here's the thing. Not an ideal situation, but I get that.
I didn't know who banged. Multiple people could have banged on that bed.
You're right, but the fact that you don't know them and they are not your parents, I think makes the situation different. Because you're right. I had every bed I had up until I moved in with my wife was a secondhand bed.
So what are you worried
from
about?
Family members. I couldn't take it from my parents. There was just something about the idea of knowing that my parents had sex on this bed and now I'm going to share it. Because it's not even just sleeping alone in it. I'm sharing it with my spouse.
But it's not even, but I mean.
There would be a point where you're getting it on with your fiance or your now soon-to-be wife, and it would pop in your head that you and your mom and your dad were banging on that. No.
Think about the groove of the bed where your dad.
That's your mama's groove.
slept.
Your mama's booby groove.
Yeah.
Booby Groove, one of my favorite members of Sly and the Family Stone.
Yeah, but I mean, like, and don't forget, your father probably laid in there a couple nights when nothing was going on and just, rubbed one out.
Well, there's that too to consider, I suppose. Yeah. Thank you.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Charlie looks like a guy in his 20s. He's getting married. Bought a house with his fiance. Says that they're looking to buy a new bed, and his fiance mentioned this to his mom.
Mm-hmm.
His mom, which I also find funny, she didn't go to Charlie at all for the bed.
Yeah.
She went to his fiance, which happens more than you think. It is amazing how mothers will all of a sudden.
Well, because they know that they're going to be pressured into saying yes more than your kid. Like, your kid's probably going to tell you no to your face, but if it's something you really want to get rid of,
good call.
you go to the significant other because they're going to feel bad saying no.
Charlie does not want his parents' mattress, says it's gross. His fiance says it's a California king. They couldn't afford that. Says even if they bought something else, they're saving $1,000 minimum buying this thing. Past the grossness of this dad's mattress.
Yeah.
Right? Charlie may be making a massive mistake past the financial implications.
What's his mistake?
Okay, so it says here that he and his fiance are moving in together for the first time.
Yeah.
Right? In their house. Mm-hmm. And it seems, Tommy, based on him writing a radio show about this, this may be a major issue.
Sure.
Maybe one of their first major issues.
Mm-hmm.
Even if he skeeved out, Kimmy, even if this is something he doesn't want to budge on, is this the battle you want to pick and how you want to start your marriage and cohabitation with your fiance? I'm talking to Kimmy.
Didn't say a word.
Yes, because this is where you lay your head down every night. This is, you spend.
Lay.
Spend a
lay
lot of
where
time.
my daddy and mommy did.
You don't even have rhymes, man. You're just taking swings.
You did Dylan a lot of times.
You're with everything rhymed.
They call him a poet. A lot of that stuff really didn't rhyme.
Name me a song that didn't rhyme from Dylan.
Across my big brass bed.
Kimmy, what do you?
This is where some people spend the most time with their significant other, and if that bed is going to bug you to the point where you are always reminded of that, I think it could have an effect on your relationship.
Okay, look, I understand where you're coming from. I do. But every married man who heard the Facebook message from Charlie, he recognizes the spunk. We recognize the spunk in that kid, right? Right? Much like his dad's spunk is dried into this mattress.
Oh, I got to be quiet, but you're spluing.
Spluing?
Yeah.
Charlie has his ideas. Charlie has his principles. And if he doesn't like something,
principles.
because he's a man, he's going to tell his future wife, this is how it should be, right? But here's the thing, Tommy, that eventually gets beaten out of all
Sure.
this, right? Or you get divorced, one of those two things, right? If you have been married a long time, the attitude you're hearing from Charlie is long gone. He even says at one point in the Facebook message, let me pull it back up here, I'm not backing down.
Yeah.
Like, that is a man who has never lived with a woman before and has never been married.
Right.
Like, I mean, I agree with you, Kimmy. I do not want this mattress. I want no part of it. It's gross. Yeah.
But you can work around it. Even if you're grossed out, you can work around it.
How?
You can buy you can buy those plastic
rubber sheet?
Yeah.
Well, like I'm your dad going to eat lobster?
Yes.
Tried them out. Not a sniff.
You could buy one of those mattress toppers, but
Right.
those are expensive. Like, those aren't cheap, especially
But
for
you're
that
getting
size.
a free goddamn bed if it costs you a couple $100. You got a brand new king size bed, California King.
California King bed.
He's not going to know that.
What?
Yeah, it's a Rihanna song. You're right. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Well, it was 10 years old. I thought he'd be able to.
No, but you could work around it.
No, but you're pro gross mattress. You're pro mom and dad banging mattress anyway, so you're not a guy to even have this discussion with. Like, I'm trying to figure out in my head the skeeviness of mattress that would bother me versus this major potential fight with a woman that I'm not married to yet and not living with.
You don't want that fight, brother.
This mattress is a gateway mattress.
To what?
Because if you accept this mattress, you're going to have to accept all the stuff that she would want to accept from your parents.
She is right about that. If you take something that's valuable, you can't say no to anything else.
Yeah.
But bro, you'll weed it out of the house and you'll get your own new stuff. But like right now, if you're broke and you ain't got any cash,
I'd rather push the two beds we have together and call it a king-size bed.
What are you, I Love Lucy? We're going to push the beds together
and
tonight.
that never works because you got that DMZ in the middle there. Like you're banging in Korea. Kim Jong-un's got your shoulders.
No, but getting sodomized by Kim Jong-un?
Yeah, well, he's pretty bad dude, bro.
Okay, so, you said something. Is you're collecting all this other stuff from family members that they'll give you that eventually you'll weed it out? No, you won't. Everybody has all the stuff that people gave them in their
live
basement
in your
still.
garage or basement till the end of time.
I've been in my house 15 years. I don't think we got rid of any of that stuff.
Because you know what else happens too? Family members start to pass away, and then you can't give away that thing they gave you because it's the last memory of
Sentimental.
grandma or grandpa
It's
or
sentimental.
aunt or uncle, whoever.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF at the Break Room Facebook page. Again, we're talking about a guy named Charlie. He wrote us a Facebook message earlier this week, and it's long, but the crux of the Facebook message is he's engaged. They bought a house. He looks like he's in his mid to late 20s.
Yeah.
His mother went to his fiance after she randomly mentioned that they were buying a mattress, right, for the new house. Mom said, take our mattress.
Take
We're
the
getting
old
a new one.
one.
California King bed. Charlie does not want it. He is skeeved out by the fact that his parents had sex in that bed, and he would be having sex with his new wife in that bed. The fiance wants it bad, says it's going to save him a ton of money, and that he is being a weirdo. Stacy writes us on Facebook.
Yeah.
This guy needs to get over himself. We just bought a king-size bed, box spring and frame. We went middle of the road and spent almost $2,000.
God damn.
I would take a bed like that for my parents in a second. That's the other debate.
What's that?
How much money you would have to save here to make it worth it, where you could get over it.
To forget about it.
Yeah.
4G.
Well, no, you wouldn't.
Let's say you take like that bed probably brand new is a $4,000 bed, frame, mattress, everything.
Is it that expensive?
Oh, beds? If it's a whole set,
All
yeah.
right, all right.
Would you? If $4,000, could you lay in your daddy's love, and your daddy and mama's love?
Not anymore. Not the
in
way
their
you put
love
that.
nest.
Shut up.
We made you child.
Why is Elvis
Where we
here?
birthed your child.
Okay.
Oh, this is Elvis.
She gave birth in the... No, if she gave birth in that bed, I'm not taking it.
Well, she got close. Maybe her water broke.
For God's sakes,
well,
man.
that does happen. I mean,
Mind is just wandering today.
Kimmy, would saving $4,000 be enough to make you
But
take
it's
your
not
parents?
$4,000 because it's probably like a 15, 20-year-old mattress.
But it's $4,000 you're not spending, so you
Right.
are saving it.
Right. You might have to need another bed for 10 years.
No.
How long is
I'm working with what we got for now.
How long is a bed supposed to go for? Serious question.
I think it's shorter than you think, but people will make it work way longer.
Like a mattress?
Yeah,
Because that's what you're really talking
Yeah,
about.
mattress, yeah.
People probably have mattresses for 20 years.
I've had my mattress 15 years. Am I busted for having it for 15 years?
Yeah, you are.
How long you had your mattress for?
Because we did.
Okay.
Well, we bought a new one when we were. I would say the mattress.
Oh, I'm
we
sorry.
have-
You stopped talking. You stopped talking. then.
I would try to remember.
Yeah, well, you bought a
Because
new
we
one.
have one of those ones where you lift your head and your feet up.
Where were you?
I'm old. It's hard to get out of bed, Pat. I
yeah.
would say ours right now is about 8-year-old. So we're coming up on it.
Yeah, you are because according to, I don't know, the mattress people.
Yeah.
Mattress should generally be replaced every 7 to 10 years.
7 to 10? Oh,
Yeah.
man.
But here's the
It
thing.
says it can last up to 12. Like most people are way past that.
I would
But here's the thing. You sweat and your old man sweats.
He is a big sweaty
So
guy.
you can take that lifespan down a couple of years. I'm going to say y'all need to change it
Well,
about every 5 years.
Shut up.
I'm going to say,
he
you
does
know
have
what?
a
I'm going to
groove on
say
his side. We try to flip it every now and then.
your mattresses should not celebrate a birthday,
Shut up.
just like running shoes.
All right, let me ask you this question.
What?
Here's how we'll know. Because you're not skeeved out by your parents banging in the bed.
Because there's nothing there.
Okay, fine,
By
fine,
the way,
fine.
all that's there's no germs. They're
Fine.
dead. It's just dried skin
And batch.
and batch. Yes. And by the way, you think batch penetrates that deep into a mattress?
Oh, yeah, they're moving, man.
I mean, they say your sweat penetrates that deep into a
But he would have to
mattress.
like literally be dry humping the mattress to like get it in there.
Okay. We now have to compare
Like he's
something.
drilling for minerals.
We now have to compare something to skeeve you out.
Okay.
Because you're not skeeved out by this. Let me ask you a question. If you were going to save $2,000 on something, you are skeeved out by feet.
Oh,
What?
yeah, you are.
You're skeeved out by feet, right?
You don't want to see any
People's
toes.
feet.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, dude's feet.
Yeah.
All right.
Feet in general.
All right, so here's the thing. I'm going to give you $4,000,
Mm-hmm.
all right? And for the next 10 years, the life of a mattress that you'll get out of this, you have to give me a foot rub.
No, I'm never touching you.
No. What? You just said $4,000. Sold. Damn. Every night
No.
for the next 10 years, I
I'm
come
out.
over,
I'm out.
I take my socks off, rub my little toesies,
Yeah.
and you have to give me a 10-minute foot rub every night.
I'm out.
Okay, so there you go. Because that's way less gross than sleeping on your parents' batch. Oh, what happened, tough guy?
Well, the foot thing skeeves.
That's
yeah.
what I'm saying, man, and that's a
All right.
weird skeeve. Most guys, I think, for $4,000 would maybe not 10 years worth of foot rubs. I
No,
got
man.
weird toes too, man. Get ready for this.
Who doesn't have weird foot?
No, like my one toe is shaped like the tip of a penis. It's very strange.
Wow. The fact that you did that comparison one night.
Well, when you look down, they're
Would
both
you like go like this?
they're both there when you look down, man. I find it funny how
I
you
can't look that far.
you immediately
I
shut
would
down
have
the
to like look around. What? Yeah, feet gross me out.
No, but you immediately shut down
I
the
know.
conversation.
That-
You argue
that's
for
where you draw
20
the
minutes.
line.
Feet is way less
Yeah.
disturbing than your daddy's batch, and all of a sudden it's like, I don't want to play anymore. Oh no, I took my ball and I went home.
Well, I mean, I would rub a woman's foot. I wouldn't rub some dude's foot.
Okay, no, we're friends. We know each other 20 years, 25 years. Look me. You got to look me in the eyes while you do it too.
Yeah, light candles and stuff.
Use oil, and I'm gonna make noises.
Oil in your feet.
I'm probably gonna make noises too because it feels so
Like
good.
what?
Oh yeah, Tommy, that's great.
Well, I'm uncomfortable. I don't know how you're doing over there.
Oh yeah, right there, yeah.
Yeah, I'm puking.
Okay, so shut up. Let's take a break. We go out of our way to try and not victim blame on this show
Okay.
because there is a man in this story, if the allegations are true, that is clearly the victim
All
and
right.
a big-time victim. However, if you found out that your elderly relative gave someone this much money thinking this could happen to them,
Mhm.
I think it would be appropriate to maybe ask some questions. And when I say ask some questions, I don't mean of that person, because in this area, maybe you don't want to know.
But they gave them.
Oh, they gave them a lot of money. But it's what the threat was that makes
Oh.
this story so interesting.
Ooh,
And we'll
yeah.
get into it next here in the break room on CMF. In front of us, we have another case of an unsuspecting victim that got
Ooh.
via an online scam. And you see it all the time, and it's heartbreaking. And we go out of our way as a show to not victim blame, right? These people have been taken advantage of, and it's terrible, right?
Yeah,
However,
Yeah.
if this specific story, Tommy,
Yeah.
were to happen to your dad, your mom, your Grammy, your Grampy, I think it would be fair to want to ask a few questions.
Okay.
Because if you could get taken for this much money, what the hell did you think was going to happen if you didn't pay them?
So how much bank we talking?
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 7:45 this morning, you know, they say when it comes to making decisions, you're not really sure about how good or bad it goes until down the road.
Yeah.
And last year, the Buffalo Bills made a massive decision to get rid of their second biggest star. Cost them a lot of money. We wondered where the talent was going to come from. And as the year went on, we realized it looked better and better and better.
Yeah.
Kimmy, after the story that broke yesterday, the fact that we are not dealing with this,
Nope.
a hell of a move by Brandon B., general manager of the Buffalo Bills.
Yep.
And we'll get to it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Pittsburgh.
It was a whopper.
Yeah, it is a whopper.
Yeah.
The Monroe County Sheriff's Department got a call about an older victim who had been bilked out of some money after receiving an email. And according to the story, they were told, the victim, a federal case had been lodged against them, that they were facing federal charges.
Oh.
And to keep from getting arrested,
What they got to do?
Make this problem go away, they had to pay. The victim began sending checks to various addresses.
Oh, man.
And when it was all said and done,
How bad?
they got him for
Holy
$800,000.
cashola.
Yes, over $750,000, and it's gone. It's gone.
Now, you would think somebody that's smart enough to have that kind of money in their lifetime wouldn't fall for this.
No, I hear you. I mean, when you turn on the TV, you see, people with a lot of money always make really, really good decisions.
But it's hard to save that kind of bank.
No, I hear you. Again, throughout the history
I'll
of the
never have
world,
it.
allow me to gesture to all of the rich people that made nothing but really smart decisions. You're right, Tommy. By the way, when I say it's gone, it's gone. No suspects, no arrests.
So no recovery.
There's
no trail?
It does not exist. This cash is gone. And this story is terrible.
But no kidding, man.
Look, you're right. The one point you made, this man probably worked his whole life to earn that money.
Yeah, he's probably a shrewd guy, business guy.
And not as shrewd as we thought. And it will provide you. It was probably there to provide for him for his end of life.
Bro, it was also like my
plans for that.
inheritance.
Okay.
If I'm on the sidelines,
Oh my God.
there goes my inheritance.
Yep.
Especially if he's getting close.
I would be more
I
worried.
can smell that cash.
I would be more worried.
About what you're gonna have to spend to help this person out.
Yeah,
Thank
now
you.
you're on the hook.
And look, your heart breaks for
Everybody's got to help Uncle Bob out now.
your heart breaks for a vulnerable person who may not understand how this stuff works
could be,
getting
yeah.
bilked. I mean, we've
Yeah.
seen this story over and over again. It sucks. But there is also something else to this story.
What's that?
252 WCMF 252-9263. What secret does Grandpa have?
What do you mean?
Well,
Grandpa's secret social life.
well, here's the thing. Kimmy, it's possible that this man is not all there, right?
Yeah,
He says
yeah,
elderly
yeah.
man. He was confused. He was scared. I mean, that's how
Yeah.
these criminals take
Yeah.
advantage of these people, right? It's very possible that nothing was wrong and he just got nervous. And
Yeah.
if that's the case, every word of the sentence I'm about to say does not apply. That being said, if you had a dad or a grandpa that had his wits about him, and then you find out that he was willing to pay $800,000, believing he could face federal charges, you don't have any questions.
Oh,
what
absolutely.
would
Yeah.
they-
Like to make these things go away.
Yeah.
What were you trying to make go away?
Thank you. It would be natural to ask, why were you willing to spend that much money thinking that you would be charged with a
Yeah,
crime?
what did you do in your past?
And what crime could you have committed, maybe,
I mean, it could be white collar stuff.
for $800,000?
Right.
$800,000. I
You
mean,
were scared.
Yes. The money obviously would be the biggest deal in this story. But you'd have to think
Yeah.
that
he was a scammer.
No, or I mean, look, you're assuming best case scenario when it comes to people getting hurt. Kimmy, you would have to think that family member did something so terrible in their past, if they have their wits about them.
Or thought they may have, or could have, or were they were capable
Yes.
of something.
I'm not thinking of
Yeah.
like violent though. You're thinking like violent.
I mean,
stuff?
look, $800,000. Whatever it is,
Something
if it's
sexual or embarrassing. I don't know.
if it's $800,000, if they were willing to spend almost $1 million to make what they thought was a problem go away.
All right, so there's some kind of dirty skeleton
Maybe.
in Grandpa's closet.
if this person has their
All
wits
right.
about them,
All
I
right.
mean, it wouldn't change the way you looked at your relative.
Now I want to know though. I also really want to know what Grandpa did.
Okay, but that's just it. If it's an uncle or whatever, someone that you're not super connected to, fine. Yeah, I want to know. If that's your father or your grandfather,
I
someone,
gotta find out. That's not going to eat away at you.
it would, but I don't think I'd want to know.
Oh, come on, let's find out.
I mean,
What could your father or my father possibly have gotten into back in the day when nobody was looking? Nothing. These guys were all buttoned up, good American men.
that would really F me up.
I always got to figure, like, with my old man, it could be just about anything.
Yes, and that's just it. Like,
yeah, because it could be anything from like financial fraud or something like that to something terrible,
Yeah.
like some terrible crime they committed against somebody.
and like again,
But usually Sicilians are pretty buttoned up with that stuff.
as I gesture to the history of the last 100 years, right? Whether they're famous, whether
Yeah.
they're not, you see these stories where just everyday people who they thought they were kind, cool, collected folks,
Yeah.
wonderful men, pillars of the community, and then something comes
Yeah,
out
something
that
dirty
happened
shows up.
30, 40 years ago, and you go, oh my God. So, like, we want to believe that our parents and grandparents are good people that always did the right thing. But if I find out that my grandfather, with his wits about him, paid $800,000 thinking he was going to face federal charges, I can't look at him like that anymore.
But look, man, I mean, my grandfather had dirty business in the past.
Do not compare your grandfather to my grandfather. Because, I'm sure my grandfather did some.
But didn't one of your relatives come here he was like arrested or
It's
something?
my great-grandfather.
Oh, yeah.
Great-grandfather.
But you still don't know what he did.
So I'll tell this real quick.
But you don't know what he did.
No. I know my family. We did that genealogy thing.
Yeah,
a couple
yeah,
years
yeah,
ago.
yeah.
So my family came from Ireland right around when the famine was happening.
Mm.
They landed in Boston, and there's years where they're in Boston bouncing around. And then all of a sudden, my great-great-grandfather, as like an 18-year-old, was in industry, the facility to house kids.
Like juvenile.
Yeah. in-
Detention center.
Out there in Rush, yeah.
Yeah.
And it didn't say why. And it did say in the genealogy thing, I could go to industry and they would have the information. They
Oh.
could tell me, but I won't.
Oh, you never did it?
I don't want to
I
go.
mean, nobody in the family did?
No, nobody knew.
Kinda
I am
dying
surprised
to
nobody
know.
was curious enough to go do that,
But no-
especially your dad.
But nobody. Well, my dad's a cop. You want to find out something
I-
horrific?
I don't
I mean, he
know.
could have pulled a
I would
blade
think
on somebody and took their
curiosity.
money.
Why would they move a
It's
kid
the
from?
best of ya.
But why would they move a kid from Boston
What
to
if he
New
just
York?
stabbed a guy and took his wallet?
Just stabbed a guy and took his
Hey,
wallet.
that's how the people greeted each other back then.
What did that sound like?
Hey, come here, come here, man.
You didn't speak English. You just said, "Come on, everybody!" 252 WCMF 252-9263. By the way, as we're comparing grandfathers, I don't know what my grandfather did. We do know that your grandfather.
Yeah, it was bad.
Well, how bad?
So he came here because his uncle was in the mob.
Uh-huh.
He worked on in port of New Orleans. He knocked up a woman.
Woman.
Oh no, a woman, and then he also knocked up my grandmother, who was 15 at the time, and he was 27. He had to leave town because that other woman was making trouble for him.
Making
The first
trouble.
one?
Making trouble, he
Yeah.
says.
Yeah.
So
I love how you're
Okay.
telling it as your father
Like the-
tells it.
So here's the best
I
part.
know.
He left New Orleans, and this is I'm going back in the early it had to be like before World War I.
Okay.
He left New Orleans with my 15-year-old grandmother, who was also carrying my aunt, with $20,000 cash to go set up a business in New York. That's how my family went from New Orleans to New York, because his uncle fronted him the cash to go to New York and start a business.
And I get that 3 generations away, you can tell that story and be like, this is interesting. If that's your dad or your grandpa, you
Yeah,
can't.
yeah.
That would bother you.
People are people. I mean, people screw up.
People
People do other people.
You're right. People screw up. What they don't normally do
Yes.
is impregnate a teenage girl,
And
impregnate another woman,
Yeah.
then have to leave town to continue to commit crimes in New York City
Yes.
with business,
Yeah.
with the mob.
Yes.
That's what they don't normally do.
No, but it was back in the day, Pat. That's how business got done.
No, it wasn't.
Well, some business, dirty business, dirty, underhanded New Orleans business.
It would also bother you too, because you came from that, right? Like, so part of that
Yeah.
person is you.
Yeah, you have those genetics.
Yeah.
What am I capable of?
Oh, you can't think like that.
Well, no, I mean, it is funny. Like, the universe did make sure to even it out where he never grew taller than a 15-year-old girl. 252 WCMF. We're talking about the story out of Pittsburgh. An elderly man, according to police, received an email saying that he was facing federal charges. We don't know what those federal charges would have been. It was a scam email. Long story short, police say he sent multiple checks to multiple locations for over $800,000. dollars, no suspects, no arrests. It seems that cash has disappeared, and that's a terrible story, and maybe this man was taken advantage of, and he doesn't have all his wits about him, and that would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But if you knew your dad or your grandpa was still sharp, and they understood how this worked,
Yep.
and they were willing to pay that much money to make what they thought were charges from the feds go away, you would have to ask some questions.
There's a dark side.
Yes.
What if they did it because they thought they were protecting you or a family member?
Okay, well then what do you think
Like,
your
and
kids are capable
that's what I mean. Like, that would mean that they think you are capable of whatever that crime is.
I will say this. I would guess if my father or my grandfather when he was alive was willing to spend that money to, like, protect me, there would at least be a conversation
Oh, he's
with
pulling
me.
you aside.
Yes.
Where he ponies up that kind of coin.
All right.
Yes. Right?
There's no way.
Because you're right. You bring up a good
He's not going to do that blind when he has access to you.
You bring up a good point. Even good people, out of fear for the
Yeah.
well-being
Right.
of their family members, will do things you don't think you're
Yeah.
capable of. But I would think I would hear about it first.
Yeah, you would.
Okay. All that being said,
Yeah.
this could be the last generation, the one that's being built now, where we see stuff like this.
The sucker generation.
Well, look,
I don't know. I want to give my generation credit for not being suckers online, but
Oh!
I think we're finding out that people are just gullible.
not that
no
we
matter
won't.
your age.
Not that we won't be suckers.
There'll
Okay.
be another scam.
You're right. We will
Yeah.
be suckers. What I mean is
Yeah.
this specific
Yeah.
issue, because guys like you and older,
Mm-hmm.
Tommy, because you're the last generation that will be allowed to have secrets.
Yeah.
Because from the moment you personally were born until you showed up on the radio in Rochester, you were a ghost.
Yep.
Right? And the majority of people listening right now, if you're over
Those secrets are just gone.
if you're over 60 years old, until you got a Facebook page, you were a ghost.
Mm-hmm.
The only things I know about you pre-1993 are what you told me.
Right.
That won't be the case for Kimmy and I and everybody under
No,
45.
your entire life is documented.
Yeah.
Yes.
And your kids even worse.
If your name ever showed up in the news, it'll be Google.
Mm-hmm.
You can do a background check on whoever you want and find out all kinds of things. And some of those searches will also show not only social media posts that you made, but people that have ranted about you on social media.
Yeah, so I
if that
can see
happens.
people's opinion about you.
Yes.
It's just on your own social media sites, right?
Bingo, yeah.
If you had passwords to your family's account or access in some way, you could see conversations they had with people.
You're right.
Yeah, if you have their phone.
So if I were to do something horrible like we're talking about, I won't have the luxury of keeping a secret. They can just, my grandkids could just Google me.
Yeah.
So when I say this is the last generation that will be victimized by this specific scam, that's what I mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. And I think that's also something people 20 years from now will start to have to ask themselves, like my daughters.
Yeah.
Do we want to Google Grandpa?
We want to open Grandpa's phone.
But they will.
I don't know,
My
man.
curiosity is just going to get to them.
I don't. Just think of the pictures that could pop up of Grandma.
What do you mean, like naked?
Spring break, Grandma.
It's not out of the question, Kimmy. Because, like, look, girls you went to school with, you and your dirty corsets, closet full of dirty corsets
Yeah,
in
those
West
pictures
Virginia.
are out there.
And they're going to be grandmothers one day.
Yeah.
And we all mature.
But maybe it just becomes the norm. I mean, it's gonna be.
I mean, it's mostly just could be pictures of you at a concert having fun.
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be that.
I mean, how bad
Unless
could
somebody
it
has access to like your most private photos and things, videos, whatever, that probably would be alarming. But like the stuff that you put out there on your own on social media, I don't think is gonna bug anybody all that much.
Well, but here's the thing. Here's what you're not thinking about, right?
Yeah.
Because, like, think of your parents or your grandparents and your great-grandparents. The 5 pictures you have of your grandparents from back in the day, they're standing in front of their house right when they bought it.
Yeah.
It's them at their wedding. Maybe one where grandpa's wearing a funny hat.
Yeah, it's basically it's a memorable benchmark moment.
Exactly,
for
but they always look like sophisticated, put-together people.
Yeah.
30 years from now, if you Google Kimmy, you could get a picture of her just hanging out at a frat party wearing a smelly corset at West Virginia.
Yeah.
And again, that's not scandalous, but it ain't grandma and grandpa standing in front of the church or at their kid's high school graduation.
Not
But here's the
wholesome.
difference.
Exactly, thank you.
But see, and I think to Kimmy's point, it won't bother that generation.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, I
it's-
grew up with these fake, phony images of these people that they staged, not telling me the truth.
Okay.
So if I found like a picture of my Uncle Dom, butt ass naked, streaking or something, like something like that, doing something dirty to my aunt.
Sure.
Yeah, I'd be shocked. But now I think it's different because you don't have that fake image of these people anymore.
I also
you can't do it.
I find women, maybe men do this too, but women as they age almost look back on those pictures like fondly, like look at how young I was.
Look how hot
at
you were.
good I look. Like
Okay.
Look
I
at
think-
Grandma's clipper.
I
That
think
thing
you
was
may
tight.
see them in a different light. You may not be embarrassed by them, put it that way.
Right.
You'd want people to see you at your best.
I get why women would feel that way personally.
Checking out grandma's tight can.
And maybe guys do too, but if you didn't know that side of your grandma and all of a sudden it shows up one day.
Yeah.
But you may know that side of your grandma
Okay.
from the start. I don't know.
Fair
I
enough.
don't know.
We're going to find out. We're all going to find out together over the next couple of decades.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a break. I think this story officially means the Bills made the right decision.
Oh, good.
Because not only did they have a fantastic season, not only was this guy not being on the team. I mean, Kimmy, they kept saying over and over again, we're family. We're all in this together. We're really tight. Something that's hit the news yesterday is weird because this man says he is a victim, and it is very possible he is.
Really strange story.
It is, and
Yeah.
even if he is a victim, it's still something you wouldn't want hanging over
No.
your team's head. And we'll get to it next here at the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. Oh, every once in a while you see someone from your past show up, and you go, thank God I am not dealing with that anymore.
Okay.
And the Buffalo Bills as a franchise and Bills Mafia as a whole has to have that kind of feeling this morning.
What happened?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rocks, 96.5, WCMF. So we're coming up on almost a year since the shocking Stefan Diggs trade. Came out of nowhere. The Bills, despite having to eat a bunch of money, not having someone of his caliber on that receiving, in that receiving room, said, not worth it. And a lot of people thought that was going to be a terrible idea. Well, as the season went on, we found out that the Bills found a way to get this done.
Mm-hmm.
And they had the most successful season they've had since the early 90s.
Yeah.
And the consensus was that despite it looking the exact opposite when it happened, moving on from Stefan Diggs was the smartest thing the Bills have done in a long time.
Yeah.
And that might be underlined with a couple of exclamation points today.
What happened?
Stefan Diggs has filed a lawsuit against a woman he used to, I guess, date.
Yes.
So, Kimmy, I'm not familiar with this woman.
I don't know, but she must be like a known person, I don't know if she's an influencer or something.
He's suing her.
He is suing her.
Yeah. Right.
Her name is Mulan Hernandez, a model and TV personality. He says the two had a casual relationship for months. One morning at 6 a.m., she showed up at his apartment after a night of partying and proceeded to aggressively berate him. Now, this is Diggs talking.
Okay.
Diggs says the woman entered his gaming room, ignored his instructions to leave, and then continued to go off on him. Eventually,
gaming room.
Diggs, it is no. I mean, you're a millionaire. You have a gaming room.
It's a flex.
Diggs says the woman then shifted her focus to his possessions, destroyed an expensive PC, a $130,000 watch,
God damn.
Ooh.
and then tossed his phone in the toilet.
That is a statement move right there.
It goes on.
Yeah.
Diggs then claims she punched him in the chest several times and said, quote, "You won't be playing this year," which he took as a threat to his pro career. Eventually, she left the home. He eventually left after she refused to leave. This is according to Diggs.
So he left his place.
This is what he says.
All right.
He then says for the next couple of weeks, he proceeded to distance himself from her. After several failed attempts for her to connect to him, he claims she resorted to extortion with help from a friend who was present during the altercation.
Well, she brought a friend?
Yes, that was there. Well, yeah, I mean, you want backup.
All right.
So he claims that on June 7th, she went to the hospital for nausea and vomiting after falling on a wet kitchen floor. But a week later, she went to a different doctor, claimed similar symptoms, saying she had been punched in the back of the head with a closed fist.
But she didn't say by who.
He doesn't say in the suit.
Okay.
Diggs denies ever hitting this woman and says any physical contact he made with her was out of self-defense. He also says he had no contact with her leading up to the second doctor visit. He claims that these two women have tried to extort him for millions, and he is filing this suit, quote, hoping to end the madness. He is suing both women for trespass, intentional infliction of emotional distress, assisting or encouraging, aiding in conspiracy, and assault.
Hey, this wouldn't possibly be the two women that he had in separate hotel rooms.
All right, so for those who don't know, there is a rumor a couple of Valentine's days ago.
Yeah, this was like 4 or 5 years ago.
And there was nothing to confirm it.
Right. That
Stefan Diggs did a 1980s sitcom move where on Valentine's Day he had in the same hotel room two women in two rooms that he was running back and forth from. I don't know.
I doubt it, but I suppose it's possible.
All right, so here's the thing. It is entirely possible that Stefan Diggs, his recollection of how this happened is 100% true, and he is doing this to protect himself, right? I mean, that's what we have. All we have is...
Well, you're going to get the other side,
and that's just it.
I mean, that the other side is coming. Whoever's right, whoever is wrong, you were going to get both perspectives of this incident.
Okay.
And it may not be pretty for him.
So there are one of two things happening, Kimmy. Either he is telling the truth, and he is doing this to protect himself, which you would understand, or the cynical person would look at this and say he knows something happened, and this is him trying to sway the court of public opinion by doing it first.
Okay.
And who knows?
Yeah.
But I will say this.
Yeah.
I'm glad that as a Bills fan, I don't have to think about it.
True.
It's gonna get messy.
Like
it's gonna
Kimmy.
get really messy. You're gonna have a lot of opinions.
Yep.
And on top of that, he's trying to make a comeback to come play again. So it's just bad on all levels for the future of his career.
Oh, and there's one more thing you don't know, possibly.
What happened?
Currently, Stefan Diggs is reportedly dating rapper Cardi B.
Oh, I did not know
yes,
that.
who is he was spotted out with her on Valentine's Day. She's a are you
Yeah,
familiar?
big name, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So it's not, he's a big name himself. She's a big name.
Yeah.
That causes this story to become more of a big deal. This story
Yeah.
we have now is from TMZ.
Okay.
Whoa.
Well, he's been busy.
Oh. But Kimmy,
Easy.
as we talk about Stefan Diggs suing a former fling, a whole bunch of stuff we just described to you, Kimmy brought it up. He's a free agent right now. You've got this situation. He's coming off a torn ACL, and he's in his 30s.
Oh, so you think he's coming to an end here?
Now, I don't know.
It's a hard comeback. It's a tough journey to be on, and then I would imagine like all this stuff going on in your personal life also doesn't help.
Like, why would you want to deal with it?
Yeah.
And again, if he's telling the truth, I feel bad for the guy.
Yeah.
Right? Because, it's something that happened to him.
Yeah.
But here's the thing.
Can he get his old job back at M&T?
Kimmy, he's going to be 32 in November.
Yeah.
Oh. You saw how hard it was. It's different with the
Yeah.
Achilles, but like a receiver coming back from a knee injury like that,
Yeah.
even in their 20s.
Mentally, physically, it's hard.
It usually takes a year to get back to anything close to where you were before if you can do
Okay.
that. So by that time, he's 33. Yeah, this is not good.
But he's got his clothing line, right?
He does have that. Yeah. Very expensive clothing.
Yeah. All right.
Thank God she didn't throw any of that in the toilet. $130,000 watch.
I didn't know they made $130,000 watches.
They make multi-million-dollar watches.
You just don't think
She knew
anybody
which one to
owns
go
them.
for.
You think he bought it or that was given to him?
I hope it was custom made by somebody.
No, bro. There are ones you can go buy. that you can't go
Well,
buy
like
them at
Rolex.
Macy's.
Be like a
What's higher
vintage.
than a Rolex?
Patek Philippe. Is that what all the rappers and athletes are wearing right now? Do I sound like an old man?
They're
when
called
I
like
say
a
that?
Philippe.
Patek Philippe, I think is what
So
it's
what's
called.
like their highest watch?
I
Is
don't-
anybody that's got like a ton of diamonds
Yeah,
in it
you're
or
right.
something?
Patek Philippe is one of the most expensive. I don't even know how to say these other names. Audemars Piguet.
That's got to be. You probably nailed
Something like that.
You probably nailed it on the first try.
How much?
Audemars Piguet.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know.
And Rolex,
Rolex
yeah.
isn't good enough anymore, I guess.
Bam.
All right, so, where does he show up, Kimmy? Who wants to take a risk on a
So
30?
you don't think Houston's going to keep him?
No,
Well,
Houston's.
he's a free agent.
He is a free agent.
Does-
Houston did say 2 weeks ago, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, that they would welcome him back.
Okay.
But go
Oh,
on, I'm sorry.
all right.
Well, that's what I was like. For what price, too? You know.
That's it.
Yeah.
Man, it's funny how everything works out in the end.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
It went from this time last year to there was no way they could trade him. You would
Yeah.
have nobody there. You'd be insane to, ho-ho!
Yeah.
Dodge that.
Mhm.
Injury, poor performance, and now this.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a break. You want people to mind their own business.
Yes.
Right? Get out of my face. Stay out of my stuff.
Don't be meddling.
You got it. But here's the thing.
What's that?
In this specific story,
Yeah.
the most annoying of the meddlers, the Badinsky neighbor,
Mhm.
may have actually swooped in and saved the situation.
Saved the day. Huh?
And you don't want a Badinsky neighbor. You don't want it.
No, you don't.
At least you don't think you do, because you can make an argument here that Badinsky neighbor that annoys the hell out of you may actually be a good thing.
All right.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. Mind your own damn business.
Yes.
It should be on every billboard in Rochester.
Mm-hmm.
If it doesn't affect you, keep yourself out of it.
Tattoo it.
And that goes double for people that live around your neighborhood. Because no one wants a Badinsky neighbor. Well, one person this morning could be thanking their lucky stars. And when it comes to pain in the ass versus benefits of the Badinsky neighbor, maybe having a neighbor all up in your butt is a good thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Business. All up your business.
Your business.
And if you're into the other thing, sure, maybe that would be a good thing,
Right.
too. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We will jump right into it because this story starts with a scam.
What happened?
Seneca County Sheriff's Department is warning residents of this intricate way people are getting ripped off. And it looks like it's happening on waterfront homes and cottages, like vacation areas.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to explain this as simple as I can. Are you ready? Local real estate brokers started getting calls from people who say they were going to sell their houses on the water out there in Seneca County. And somehow, these scammers managed to fake proof of ownership of all of these homes that were so good, it fooled the brokers.
Oh.
So they deeds, whatever it was,
It looked real enough.
faked it up.
All right.
So these homes, which keep in mind, were owned by other people,
Yeah.
were about to go on the market. They were listed on legit real estate websites as
Damn.
for sale through brokers.
Hey, this is some deep stuff.
You got it. And folks, Tommy, could have unknowingly bought these homes, even though it wasn't actually for sale. And you then would have had a situation where two people who did nothing wrong had to fight for a home that one of them legitimately owned.
Yeah.
And then the scammer was gone with whatever the down payment or the mortgage would have been. The scammers almost got away with it, too,
What happened?
if it weren't for a Badinsky neighbor.
What happened?
Story on News 8 says that neighbors of these people noticed that their homes were up on real estate websites. And they reached out to the homeowners, and that's how the whole thing was
Oh,
blown up.
hey, Joe, you selling?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So the good news,
What's the good news?
no homes were sold. They figured it out.
Right.
The bad news, none of the scammers have been caught.
Oh.
At least not so far.
So they'll just
Still
move
be
on.
doing it.
You got it. So, Tommy,
Mm-hmm.
these people could have been put in a ridiculously bad situation
Yeah.
if it weren't for neighbors getting all up in their
Asking
business.
some questions.
I mean, Kimmy, there's layers to
Yeah.
here, right?
Because it sounds like, too, that these are homes that people don't necessarily live in all the time. So it's not like you'd be super close with your neighbors, where you'd be open to having these conversations. Like, those neighbors really kind of had to go out of their way to
Possibly.
to find you.
My favorite part about this is I'm assuming they saw that the homes were for sale because they were looking at like Zillow and stuff.
Yeah, they go in there every week and look.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
look at their neighborhood, see what their property
I mean,
could
we
be
all
worth.
do it when
Yeah.
something goes up for sale on your street.
No, but he just did it.
Yeah.
You go look for your property value.
Yeah.
No, you don't. You go look to see what the inside of your
Yeah.
neighbor's house looks like.
You do that,
see what
too.
they paid for it.
Yeah.
Hey,
What's it going for?
Yeah, you make this argument. I want to see what my property. No, you sneak ass bitch. You're trying to get all the inside information
No,
you
maybe
can.
look around a little bit.
Right?
Medicine
So-
cabinet.
Here's the thing.
But
You want to know who got ripped off by the last time they sold their
Yeah.
house. You want to see how your neighbors live with the
Yeah.
inside pictures of the house. And it's all about gossip, you Badinsky bastards. But in doing that, they saved them.
yeah, big time.
All right. So with all this information and
Yeah.
whatever goes on in your own neighborhood, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Do you want a neighbor that butts in where they don't belong?
Do I?
I'm asking.
No.
You don't.
No.
Why?
Because it's a pain in the ass.
Okay.
It's irritating. It's annoying.
Sure.
And I don't want any of it.
All right. Kimmy,
Yeah.
do you want a neighbor that butts in where they don't belong?
You want to say no, but they have an eye on your house at all times, you and everybody else. And let's say you got a package, something as simple as like, I got a package coming today. Well, I know that package isn't going to go missing because I know so-and-so across the street or next door has their eye on that porch and that package all day.
Yeah, but those are the good things, right?
No,
but
well,
there's
but
also
it
the
comes
stuff
with
where
the
they're
bad.
just
But
paying.
I'm saying the good may outweigh the bad here.
Because like you also don't want them to tell you you're a bad parent
Okay.
or you're not doing something right.
You're right.
I saw your kids out doing this.
100%.
Because they're going to do all that too. I mean,
Yeah.
they do this like a mission statement.
Sure. No, look, you're
and
not
you got
wrong.
to deal with all that stuff.
You're not wrong. Look, I mean, at base level, The Budinsky neighbor will be one of the most annoying people you will ever deal with. It raises your level of stress on a regular basis. Best case scenario, you have to fake being nice to someone you want nothing to do with.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, you have a legit beef with someone living feet from you. But to Kimmy's point, if they're in everyone else's business, they're keeping an eye on everybody.
They are.
And you're right. You would rather have a safe neighborhood, I say safe in quotation fingers, a place where you feel more comfortable without having to deal with that neighbor. But I think you can make an argument that having to deal with the dick all up in your business may be worth what they will do for you involuntarily down the road.
Yeah, I mean, yes, if something really goes bad.
I don't even think it has to go bad. They're going to be your inside source for all neighborhood gossip. Why that mysterious car has been sitting on the street for so long.
What are they doing out there?
Who it belongs to and the story behind it.
That's not the Johnson's car.
Like, if you're somebody who is also curious about what's going on in your neighborhood, but you're not going to go out of your way to find that information, well, all you got to do is have a conversation with that nosy neighbor.
And you don't even have to ask. They'll give you that information right away.
They always do.
Hey, Fran, how's it going? Just see what happened. Now we're off. Now we're off and running. When it comes to the Budinsky neighbors, there are different types. There are the elderly Budinskys. And I think those are the ones that are most expected.
Well, yeah, because they're home all day.
Most times.
There's that.
Yeah.
Okay, they also feel like they're presidents of the neighborhood if they've lived there.
They've been there the longest. They know everything. Just ask me.
And here's the thing. As annoying as those
I
people
know where all the easements are.
Well, again, stop saying easement into a microphone. As annoying as those elderly Budinskys can be, you kind of understand why they're doing it.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I mean,
they're lonely.
Yes, this is what your life has become. You're less likely to confront the elderly Budinsky because, one, you don't want to be mean to an old person, and two, this is all they have left.
And nature's going to take its course, so don't worry. They're circling the drain.
The ones that will really bother you, the young Budinskys. If you are my age or under, why are you all up in my business? Like, if you got a job,
you'd be too busy for this.
Thank you. You got a job and kids. How do you have time to be
you're young and nosy?
Why? What is the point? Like, that drives me nuts. Nuts. The younger couples that are all up in everyone else's business. Why?
Yes, I'm always surprised that they have the time.
Yes.
Well, I guess you could be I'm also guessing
work at home.
Work from home, and just being a picky person or very what's the word I'm looking for? Like, just particular person about the way you have things.
Yeah.
You may also want your neighbors to keep to those same standards. That knows no age.
No, but
right?
that's an old man thing. You should have too many real problems in your life at that age where you care what someone else is
Yeah,
wanting.
you're like a human drone now. You're just circling the neighborhood looking at stuff. I'm looking for patterns here.
Look, I look at how Tommy has aged terribly in the years that I've known him, right? And Kimmy, I anticipate I will get to a point in my life where I start to worry about other people in my neighborhood. But right now, I could not care less about what anyone else is doing.
Because you are the problem right now.
I'm not the problem. See, you're doing it.
Because you have neighbors that are around your age that keep their homes very different, right?
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Their dogs don't disappear into the shrubbery for weeks at a time.
Oh, I'm sorry, you don't
come back with snow on them.
My wife's landscaping. What do you want from me?
Well, everybody has their different standard of mowing the lawn.
Style.
Keeping things pristine. And now I forgot where I was going with this.
Yeah, because you effed up bad is what you did.
You are that neighbor.
No, I don't.
Like, they may be looking at you and want to say something, but they're not gonna.
I dare you to say something.
Like your neighbor, that guy. The house is like manicured.
Yeah, my next door neighbor. Yeah,
it's Miami Vice.
Sure,
man.
no,
that guy is cool.
Great place.
He's got all kind of cool stuff.
Sure.
And then there's less cool.
Yeah. Okay. Don't bother me.
No, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about the other one.
Well, you know why
Down
they
a
may
ways.
not.
There's no house on the other side. He's the corner.
You know why they may not ring your doorbell? They don't want to get attacked by that rose bush that's poking out.
The rose bush will get you, and my Chorky, who's very protective.
You're keeping all the neighbors
And the
away.
loose step.
The loose step will
guy
also
down
get
the
you.
hall fixed.
I have had 3 people fix it. The step will not get fixed, so now it belongs to the universe. 252 WCMF. You're not even my neighbors in your Budinsky dicks. We're talking about this scam that happened out in Seneca County. Long story short, scammers found a way to forge. Well, yeah, I mean, it's a pretty interesting story. They forged proof of ownership for these weekend lake houses and cabins on the water in some Seneca County towns. They then reached out to real estate agents who were fooled by this.
Yeah.
The real estate agents listed those homes despite the fact that people giving them the information did not own the houses on real estate sites. They were up for sale. legitimately. And it wasn't until some neighbors who were not selling their homes noticed that these were on the market, reached out to the neighbors and said, hey, are you guys selling? Where they figured it out. Luckily, nobody sold any homes illegally, but it was all thanks to Badinsky neighbors sticking their faces where they should not have been that saved these people this headache. You know, as we go like to the different parts, different types of Badinsky neighbors, it's also interesting how the last 2 generations have changed what a Badinsky neighbor does.
Oh.
Because, Tommy, it used to be the housewives would all get together in the middle of the day.
Yeah.
And they'd talk crap on whatever woman wasn't there. And then those women would bring the gossip home back to their husband. And the weekends, dads would pull up on a stoop or in the garage, and they would swap their gossip, which would eventually get brought home to the wife.
Yeah.
It was all face-to-face.
Yeah, very slow-moving gossip.
You got it. Now,
come on, man.
most of it is technological.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm sharing that story with the whole block.
Yeah.
We do a whole segment dedicated to that.
Tuesday, Where Are They Whining is all thanks to
Yeah.
the neighborhood apps. And people will put their faces and names on posts that are openly criticizing neighbors.
Because they think they're so right, and everybody's going to praise them for their take.
Yes. They'll also spread baseless rumors about people on these sites. And you don't need a Wednesday morning bridge game or finishing off a beer ball.
No.
It's always happening.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
24/7, yeah.
maybe that's why younger people are getting involved, Kimmy, in this game is because the technological...
It's easy.
Technology makes it easy. I don't need 2 hours in the middle of a Wednesday, right? But what's funny,
What's that?
as much as our parents and grandparents were dropping dime on each other in the neighborhood all the time behind
And they
people's
did,
backs,
yes.
right? Most everyone was a victim of it at some point.
Yeah.
Like, you never heard what people were saying about your house or your family, but people were absolutely saying it.
Yeah, nobody's immune.
So,
Yeah.
like, do we not just do it take us this long to realize it now?
I mean, it would be so funny. Like, to see what my parents would have put on social media about the neighbors back in the day.
Yeah.
Did you see who moved in? And I don't think they're Catholic.
What they could have put in writing.
Yes. Like, what mattered to them the most back then
Great point.
would be hysterical now.
Great point. But here's the other weird thing.
Yeah.
They would all talk junk on each other.
Oh, yeah.
But they also all got along.
Yeah. I told you,
We
like,
spent more time together.
Yeah, so in my neighborhood, like, my parents, would talk all the time, and you would hear it as a little kid, and it was so confusing because you thought, I thought you liked those people.
Yeah.
But then as soon as they leave, they just trashed them.
But like I have very little contact with my neighbors. You know, we're
Yeah.
friendly, whatever.
Yeah.
Like Kimmy,
You wave.
we've talked about this in the past. My dad was on a softball team
Yeah.
with the neighborhood. So was your dad.
Yep. Because a lot of them also worked at the same. Like a lot of them worked for Kodak.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
like they were spending time at work together and then coming home, getting together for Monday night football. Just summertime neighborhood
Social.
events, 4th of July party, like everything all those parties were all centered around the neighborhood.
So they talk more crap
Oh, yeah.
and got together way more than people do in their neighborhoods
Yeah.
today. It is a very strange phenomenon. It doesn't make any sense.
Oh, but it's human nature, right? It really is, obviously.
The
'cause
more
we
you
all
spend
do
time
it.
with somebody, the more you hate them.
I
which-
think you just pick on their, because it makes you feel better
Okay.
to pick on their flaws. At least I'm not him.
Okay, fair enough. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
There is a new diet trend for men.
Men.
Yes, that a lot of guys have gotten behind. And there are women doing this too, but it
Yeah.
seems, Kimmy, this is aimed solely at guys.
To trim the pounds.
You want to
Okay.
lose weight and get ripped? This is how you do
You
it.
do it quick, right?
Yeah, of course it's quick. Why would you do it if it wasn't quick, Tom?
All right.
So here's the thing. It turns out, at least according to medical professionals, this is dangerous.
Of course it is.
Like very dangerous. Like potentially lifelong consequences dangerous.
So there's like some medical problems.
Yes,
you
yes,
see down
yes.
the road?
And we'll tell you what it is and what the issues could potentially be.
right.
But I think there is now one sentence that if you are someone who, wants to lose a little weight,
Yeah,
get in
yeah,
better
yeah.
shape, that everyone needs to follow. Are you ready?
All right.
If the diet sounds awesome,
Yeah.
it's either not going to work
Okay.
or it's going to kill you. And we'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF! We're all trying to find a way to lose a few lbs.
Yeah, but how do you do it?
Well, you want to find the easiest way.
The battle of the bulge.
Well, look, I mean, it's human nature to think like, the less time I have to spend and the less effort I put in and the most weight I can lose is the route I want to go.
A quick fix.
And here's the thing. This diet offers that. People who have done it have shown amazing results.
Okay.
And that's all good.
All right.
That's all good. But here's the thing.
Right.
It's actually not all good, at least based on some medical reports, because if your diet is easy or it's something you enjoy doing, it's either not going to work
Okay.
or it's going to kill you.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We implore you, log on to WCMF.com, the Odyssey app, YouTube, or Twitch.
Yeah.
Our live stream is up. We are rocking and rolling. The Break Room WCMF on YouTube and Twitch. You can check out Tommy's beautiful turquoise sneakers today. Very New Mexico of you.
Yeah.
Very
Well,
nice.
it's been in the news.
Yeah. So, the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube, or Twitch. The hottest new diet trend,
What are they doing?
and it seems this is geared more towards men, Tommy,
What?
is called the carnivore diet.
Carnivore.
Yes, and it's
Just
very-
eat meat.
It's very simple.
Yeah.
It's kind of been around in different versions.
You're right.
Recently,
It-
right?
It is an update of
Kind of like
something
an
else.
Atkins.
It is. It seems like it's the modern
Keto
version of
or
Atkins.
whatever.
Yeah, but keto. This goes further than keto.
So what does it do?
You eat like a caveman. You can have meat, fish, eggs, and some dairy, depending on how you follow this.
It's a real basic meat diet.
Yeah. So most of these carnivore diets
Mm-hmm.
that are, the straight and forward one, you have to avoid veggies, fruits, grains, and legumes. So no beans or chickpeas
Okay.
or anything like that.
So you're
You're-
just
you're
eating.
Avoiding them.
Yes.
Not even not eating them at all.
No, you don't eat them, essentially.
Yeah.
You-
All right.
no veggies, fruits, grains, or legumes. And the way it works is pretty simple. You're not eating anything that's going to stick in your body.
Okay.
No carbs, no sugars, high protein.
So you're just burning it out.
You got it. And folks who have tried this diet say they have lost massive amounts of weight
Damn.
in a very short period of time eating nothing but steak, eggs, and fish.
Damn.
And that sounds awesome.
So it is like a big fat steak.
Seems like you could be missing something.
Well, here's the thing, Kimmy. As they like to say,
Hmm?
if it sounds too good to be true, it usually is.
So what could the possible side effects be?
A story from this week has doctors sounding the alarm on the carnivore diet. Carnivore diet. At base level, the diet is dangerous because you're not getting all the vitamins you need to live.
Okay.
Right? Docs have reported seeing patients who did this lacking in very important vitamin levels in their blood
there's
work.
certain things you need to live.
You got it. Now, there are folks that'll take vitamin supplements
Yeah,
if they
yeah,
think
yeah,
are
okay.
covering it. And I don't know if that
Uh-huh.
works, whatever. Second, it's really bad for your stomach. It messes up your gut. It can cause massive constipation.
meat?
You got it.
Oh.
Some doctors are worried that this can highly increase your chances of colon and
Rectal?
rectal colon cancer.
Butt
stuff like
cancer.
that. You got it. But the big issue,
Yeah, it was a big one.
there are cases of people on the carnivore diet coming in after being on it for a while, and their cholesterol levels
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
have skyrocketed.
You could have a heart attack, Pat.
There is a story from last week
Yeah.
that showed a man who had been on this diet that had cholesterol levels of 1,000.
No.
Hand to God.
That's Crisco.
For those who don't
You
know.
can spread your blood on bread.
Eating straight bacon.
Oh, wait till you hear this. So for
Because like
those,
300 is like really bad.
yes, cholesterol levels for adults less than 200 is healthy.
So he's 700 over bad.
It was so bad
How bad was it?
that there was cholesterol coming through his hands.
No.
You can
What?
Google it. You can
Like
see the
grease?
picture. There is yellow stuff coming out of the
Ugh.
palms
So
of his
that's like
hands.
the fat in the blood?
I don't know what it was, but you can Google the story if you want to go find it
I
yourself.
didn't know you could see cholesterol.
It was coming. I didn't either,
Like
but
a
apparently.
like clump. Oh, God.
So look, we're not your mom. You do what you want.
How's he look?
I only saw his hands.
Clumpy?
But here's the story.
Yeah.
Right? Like this, like most other quick fix
Yeah.
diets, we've seen them before.
Mm-hmm.
And these warnings reinforces the number one rule of trying to lose weight.
What's that?
If you enjoy your diet, or B, it's easy to lose weight on it,
Yeah.
it's either not going to work or it's going to kill you.
Okay. Well, the big one right now is that injection.
Ozempic. But
Yeah.
that's kind of, it's not a diet.
But they kind of sell it as a quick fix because it looks like you're just shooting up.
You're right.
And supposedly,
You're eating less.
yeah, like it
How it
suppresses everything and you're looking good.
So as time goes on, they've started to see side effects from Ozempic. And don't get me wrong, it's the stuff I've been reading, and
Yeah.
keep in mind, I'm not an expert in any way, all right? That there is a reason to do stuff like this. Like
Okay.
folks that are immobile, that
Yeah.
have weight problems, like this is necessary. I was reading something the other day where they're finding Ozempic, it helps you lose fat. It also takes away your muscle. They've
Oh.
been seeing this the last couple of weeks. There's also been physical issues. Ozempic face is the new term. You can tell just by looking
Oh, you
at
get
somebody.
very drawn.
Yeah, it gets gaunt. Yeah, thank you.
You're getting very gaunt.
You got it.
All right.
So I guess what I'm trying to figure out here is we have this discussion, the topic sentence being, if you enjoy your diet or it's easy, it's either not going to work or it's going to kill you. 252 WCMF. Can anyone name a single diet that was easy to follow or that they enjoyed that they didn't end up in total disaster? 252 WCMF. Because if it exists, I'd like to know.
Like the side effects got to you?
Either the side effects didn't get to you and it was easy to do and it worked. Because, like,
You stuck with it for life.
yeah,
But that would have been the billion-dollar idea, right?
understood.
Because they've been throwing this stuff around for centuries.
Yeah, yes. But, like, I mean, you tried Atkins. You did Atkins for a while.
Oh, my God. The whole show did. It was hysterical. Like, I can remember going out to lunch, like the whole crew, and it was disgusting what we were eating. But it was all just fatty burgers, hot dogs, bacon, all that stuff.
Without
Sure.
the buns.
Yeah.
I mean, have you ever?
She didn't-
Kimmy, yeah, shut up, Kimmy.
Well, I will say,
Shut
I don't
up.
know if this
Ronnie-ass
God, I
counts.
hate Kimmy.
I don't know if this counts as a diet, but my husband for years now has done the fasting thing.
Intermittent fasting.
Essentially, it's you're
His whole
eating,
life, all of it.
You're
Yeah.
eating all your meals in a certain time frame.
But that would drive me nuts.
He's
what's-
pretty strict with it. He's gotten used to it. It's just the way he lives now.
But, like, what's the stretch that he has to not eat?
Well, there's different ways you can do it. I think you cut out like a 15-hour window that
15
you decide,
hours?
that you decide. I think I can't remember what it is. I'm
All
not
right.
sure.
I mean, I guess
But,
like when you do it that way, if you if you have
so
dinner,
you'd stop eating at 8 o'clock at night, and then you don't eat again until noon the next day, something
Right.
like that.
I mean, there are people I know that tried it. They say that it works.
I mean, if it works for you, it works for you.
But here's the thing: I haven't personally. It's not something I've like looked into, so I don't know if there are negatives to the intermittent fasting, or if that's just something as a person trying to lose weight, I'm going to deal with the side effects of this because I'd rather be, it benefits me in other ways. You know what I mean? 252 WCMF. We're talking about the carnivore diet. It's become very popular with men, especially. You eat steak, eggs, and fish. You stay away from sugar. You stay away from carbs. You stay away from legumes. You stay away from vegetables. You stay away from dairy. Doctors are sounding the alarm. Reports this week that, 1, it'll skyrocket your cholesterol. 2, it's really bad for your stomach. It can cause constipation. Doctors are worrying it'll increase your chances of cancer. Doctors are saying it's increased vitamin deficiency in
Right.
people. But the topic sentence here, if you enjoy your diet or it's easy, it's either not going to work or it's going to kill you. And you know a diet is working, Tommy, when it really sucks.
Yes, it has to suck.
Right? And I get that people don't want to hear that. And I know that's what makes weight loss so freaking miserable.
Yeah,
But it does feel like an unfortunate fact of life.
it's boring.
Yes. The worst, the boring. When I say worse, I don't mean like side effects. I
No.
mean like
This is boring.
I can only eat this.
Yeah.
You're not enjoying it.
Yes, I'm
And it
not-
gets very repetitive because
Yeah.
your options really get low.
It takes away things to look forward to.
Yes.
I
You
think
know?
that's it.
there's no reward except
Yeah.
the weight loss.
So there's
Unless
two.
like you find some low calorie thing that you actually, because we did talk sometimes like we find alternatives that we like more than the original thing. So if you can find something like that, maybe it helps.
Yeah, but I'm also convinced that when we find those alternatives, it's not actually better. You just convince yourself it's
Yeah,
better.
Yeah.
you do.
Because like when you go back and have that thing that you had in the first place, it's like, oh.
Oh yeah.
Like I'll eat cottage cheese. I want pudding.
Yeah.
I want ice
Sure.
cream. Like if you gave me a choice between cottage cheese and ice cream, I'm taking ice cream every time, man. Nobody wants frozen cottage cheese.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny too. Like even the ones that let you eat the things that kind of look like and taste like the things you enjoy, the food is never enough. Because Kimmy, those prepackaged, they'll send the meal to your home things that become popular.
Yeah.
And then like, they
You
show.
can't do that forever,
Well, you're right. Well, some people can't.
Oh, you're talking about the actual meals, not the diet meals.
No. Like whatever
Like
they are.
HelloFresh.
Yeah,
whatever
because
those are,
they'll say like it's portion control
yeah,
and the food's
yeah.
good for you. They show the commercial
Yeah.
and it's like, wow, this is great. And then it gets to your house and it looks like a snack.
It's puny.
Does-
It's not
it is
enough
small.
food.
Yeah, it's actual portions
Yeah.
measured out. Yeah.
Like it's good. I'm still starving.
I told you like that Weight Watchers, those cheese sticks that taste like a white candle.
Those
Because
are
you're in
just-
the middle of doing Weight Watchers with your wife again.
Yes. Remember the time we did it last time, and my wife said your body's starting to look weird. But you're feeding me. And some of it's not bad, but to your point, it's not the same thing. Like I told you the other night, we had quesadillas.
Uh-huh.
Pretty good,
Yeah.
but it's not like a real quesadilla.
What was in
You
your
weren't
case?
having the real cheese.
Well, it had the fake cheese, and it had eggplant on a quesadilla.
That actually seems like something you would like.
Yeah,
Okay, but
I mean, you
eggplant.
eat pretty base.
I know, but like if you told me like, hey, tonight you get to have a quesadilla,
Yeah, pretty cool. Yeah.
I'm thinking I'm getting the old school quesadilla.
Hell yeah.
You You get the queso no dia.
Just a dia?
This dia.
As you go down this stuff, as we're talking about the carnivore diet and some medical experts saying, hey, look, you really want to
So
look
this is
into
a man diet.
Well, I mean, I've seen women do it. It does seem, Kimmy, like most men are doing it. It's geared towards men.
I would think so.
Steak, fish, eggs.
All the
Eggs on a
beef-
steak on a fish.
All the beef jerky you
I
can
also
eat, man.
Don't know as a woman how that would mess up your hormones and cycle, but that's, again, I'm not an expert.
Oh, I didn't
have
even
no idea.
consider that. Is that,
Oh.
wait, what you eat can mess with your cycle and your
I
hormones?
would think, like, especially red meat, and I always thought it did, but maybe not. When you change anything about your regular routine, it can mess with it. So.
It all goes to the cooch, man.
Put that on a T-shirt. Sell it in the rock shop. It all goes to the cooch. So, like, what makes all of this harder, right?
What's that?
Because, one, you don't want to admit that you kind of have to be miserable a little bit to lose the weight and, whatever you want to do. And two, when it is hard, it makes your regular schedule almost impossible to follow. Because, like, you brought up, Kimmy, you have nothing to look forward to. That's a big one.
Yeah.
The other thing that will destroy you trying to do this, the way that is healthy or whatever, it takes away your ability to be social. Because if everyone's going out to have a beer and you're not drinking, that's not you.
Right.
If everyone's going out to have a meal and you're on a strict diet, you're taking stuff away. And either you go eat and you blow the diet and you hate yourself for it, or you go and you get something that's not what everyone else has and you make everyone else feel bad for ordering their stuff, and you don't want to be that party
Or you got to
pooper,
explain why you're eating this.
which they always do, by the way. You don't have to.
No. But the other thing is, like, if you're trying to lose, let's say you're going to go on this diet in your house and nobody else is on this diet, you have to eat differently than your wife and kids.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Which is really hard to do. And then you have to sit and eat this thing over there where everybody else is eating all this over here, and you have to look at it while you're eating your crap-ass meal.
Yeah, it sucks. It really sucks.
You guys enjoy this. I'm going to lick this cardboard.
But I think what makes it the hardest, past the fact that you want it as easy as possible, you want it as good as possible, social media is just bombarding all of us with all of these ideas that will get you looking better all the time, right? Like, because the carnivore diet is a product of fitness and health influencers on TikTok and Instagram, right? And these folks, they look great. They don't
sound convincing.
But they don't have a background in diet or health,
No.
right?
None of them do.
So there's this other diet called the Whole 30. It's a super restrictive diet of what you can eat for 30 straight days.
Okay.
And there are people that are online, these influencers that swear by it, and it works.
So it's almost like a crash diet over 30 days.
You got it. It works until you stop doing it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Blow right back
Right.
up. That was the crash diet problem to begin with.
Exactly. You know what's funny, though, is like you brought up something that you brought up Weight Watchers and how much it sucks. That's stuck.
Yeah.
I mean, that has
I know
stuck for
people
60
that have
years.
Been doing that on and off really their entire lives, like from like high school to now as a 30-something-year-old adult. It seemed to be like it kind of gave them guidelines moving forward, which I think helps. Like maybe you didn't stick to it strictly enough to have it work all the time, but it did. I think it did help point them in the right direction
And
in terms of what to eat.
It's everything you like with no taste.
Oh, so
Want a
much like,
burrito? I got one for you.
much like this show. Everything you like,
No
taste.
taste.
I don't know. I mean, the hardest part of all of this, past the personal stuff and the wanting it easy and fast, is it can be really hard to know who to listen to if you are looking for a quick fix.
Well, you have to listen to your body.
No, well, you should. That's
Yeah.
a good call, but, I don't know when my body is speaking to me. Sometimes I don't speak my body's language.
Yeah.
And everybody's got a plan for you. Even like, the thing that makes me laugh the hardest, and I was guilty of this too, is even fat guys, will tell you how to lose weight
Yeah.
with pastrami hanging out of their mouth.
You know what you should be doing?
Exactly, right? Like the most oddest shaped guy big old gut hanging over his belt. Well, you know what it is. No, you don't. I'm not going to listen.
He
But
gets his protein though.
exactly. But Kimmy, everybody's in your ear about it, and all it takes is one friend of yours to tell you something you want to hear, and now you're off on this thing,
it
right?
shoots you
I'm kind
down.
of big on now, especially since like you bring up like the influencer thing. I'm gonna let that play out for a little bit first
See if they die.
before I jump on that diet trend or that bandwagon. Just because like we've seen some of these people go really, really bad very quickly. You don't have to wait that long for things to go bad.
So there's something you guys are watching on Netflix right now,
Yes.
right? What is that? What is it called?
Apple cider vinegar?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which still, by the way, a lot of people swear by. Apple cider vinegar
Yeah.
will cure all kinds
Yeah.
of ills in your body.
Yeah.
And it involves this woman.
Right. And, it was curing cancer. She had all these different things going on in her life.
Juices and stuff.
She was juicing and
Yeah.
apple cider vinegar, and they were seeing all these results. But they kind of weren't.
Oh. And And eventually, you know.
She died of
Okay.
cancer.
By the way, spoiler alert, everybody.
She dead.
But you're right. Like with the carnivore diet
Yeah.
here, not as severe as what we're talking about, right? With the Ozempic and some of the side effects they're seeing, you do need to let it play out. It's just funny. Our attention span is so short. You know, you're not going to have years. You're going to wait maybe a couple of weeks, maybe a couple of months, and if you don't see anything negative, I'm going for it.
Yeah. But this has been around since my mother's generation.
Or
Yeah, lettuce diet.
The lettuce diet, the grape. I remember when grapefruit was the big thing. Like, eat a half a grapefruit. Like, you would eat 2 grapefruits. That was, and then have a meal at dinner. But you had to eat 2 grapefruits. That's all you get all day. And black coffee. No cream, no sugar, no nothing.
Didn't she pass out?
Yeah, so she went face down in her dessert one night. And my father was in the other room watching TV.
So you know what I think you're going to see a lot of now are people pushing diets, and then you're going to later find out they weren't even on the diet. They were doing something like Ozempic or
Yeah.
something. That's how they
Yeah.
dropped the weight.
Well, you see this now with, like, I know your husband lifts weights, right?
Yes.
If you're someone that's on Instagram, and if you're a guy, again, because of these algorithms, you see these, like, you know, jacked-ass dudes
Yeah, I'm sure you get that a lot on your algorithms. So what?
that look out of their mind. They give you all these exercises and, like, what do you call those things? Supplements and stuff. This is what makes me this big. You find out all of them are on steroids.
Or
Oh.
they live at the gym for like 5 hours a day.
No, even though you can't live at the gym for the 5 hours a day and look like that, they are on steroids. And
So they're juicing it
yes,
somehow.
and they're selling snake oil to you,
Yeah.
and they're on gear the whole time. Like, what do you... and of course we should have seen that. Of course
Yeah.
we should know that. But there's a new one every day, and
Yeah.
then this is the one here.
But
this
they're
is
also
the one.
telling you what you want to hear.
Yes. You familiar with the Liver King?
Liver King?
That's where I thought this whole diet came from, didn't it?
That I
A
don't
part
know.
Of it.
What's the
carnivore
liver?
diet.
Maybe he just pushed it.
So he's this guy. He was famous for a while.
Yeah.
Jacked out of his mind. Like, insane. Right? So he claimed he did not... He worked out and he ate...
You know,
Just
only
clean.
meat and like weird parts of animals.
He would eat
Oh.
animals' livers raw. He would
Yeah.
eat their testicles raw, like stuff like that, right? And he claimed that that's why he looked this way. Well, he was juiced out of his mind the whole time.
Yeah.
Whole time. And he finally came clean.
But
and
he
he's-
was eating raw testicle meat?
you can look online. There
I
was
don't think I
video
want
Kind of
to.
how he got famous.
All right.
eating raw testicles. But
And
like
they call him Liver King.
the Liver King. And people looked up to this guy and they
All right.
followed what he had to say. And he was on steroids the whole time.
So there's this other one who a buddy of ours was talking about on one of those podcasts. All this stuff was raw, like cheese, milk. But I didn't think like
Oh,
raw,
like unpasteurized.
Yeah, well, he just calls it raw.
Okay, raw milk, yeah.
All this raw diet, but that sounds like you could get like bacteria and die.
His email is tommymule@wcmf.com.
Right.
I don't feel like dealing with those emails.
No, but I'm saying like,
folks that are into raw milk and cheese.
well, bro, we're talking all this other stuff. What's the difference?
No, I'm telling you, man, you have knocked out a hornet's nest of people
Oh.
that are going to want to fight with you. I'm with you on that.
All right.
I'm with you on that. I would like my things pasteurized, please.
I just want to. Yeah, I don't want some goddamn bacteria in my ass.
Any more of it, at least.
No, I like a proper amount of bacteria in my ass.
All right, let's take a break. You know, we long for the days when we were younger and we didn't have to worry about stuff like this, right?
Sure.
Right? You know,
Yeah.
you can eat whatever you want, go out, run around
Party
for a
your
little
ass
while.
off.
Ooh, it was great. There is a teenage kid, who had the moment of his life last night.
Really?
Because sectional championships and playoffs are going on for sports across Section 5.
Yeah.
But one of the greatest games you will ever see, and one of the greatest moments
Really?
that
Kid
maybe
pulled it up, huh?
Section 5 Section 5 hockey ever saw last night, has one kid. They should be carrying this kid around on their shoulders for the rest
How
of the
come
week.
it's not on TV?
Maybe you will be on TV tonight.
Oh.
We'll tell you what went down and how. I mean, I don't want to say this. It's going to get better for the kid, but like right now, this is the greatest moment of your life.
It could be.
Shut up.
Bro.
He's a teenager.
Hey, at least you got that. Some people don't even get that.
Next, here in the break room
Raw
on
milk.
CMF. They say hard work pays off.
Yeah, buddy.
And ideally, that hard work you put in shows up in the biggest moment that you can need it to.
Yeah.
And what happened last night is the exact definition of this.
No kidding.
Because after all of these years, and if your kid plays sports, you know how long everything takes, all the practices, all the money you put in, all the work the kid puts in from the age of 4 until they're done playing.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
No kidding.
This moment last night. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. So Section 5 playoffs and championships are going on throughout the greater Rochester area for all of the winter sports.
Okay.
Last night, in the Class A, I believe, Section 5 title game, you had McQuaid facing off against Pittsford. Pittsford versus McQuaid.
Okay. Battle of the rich kids.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's hockey.
Yeah.
So these teams are very evenly matched.
Mm-hmm.
So much so that after 3 periods of hockey, they needed more.
Oh.
0-0 tie.
So we're going to OT.
You got it. And it's sudden death overtime in hockey for those who don't understand.
So 1 goal wins it.
Next goal wins.
Right.
So they went through the first overtime.
All right.
Still nothing. Nothing. We are in double overtime in the Section 5 hockey championship last night, and this is where the story gets good.
What happened?
Aiden Brown is the goalie for the Pittsford hockey team. He is a senior, so this is it for him.
Mm-hmm.
This is the end of it. If he loses that game last night, it's all done. Thanks for playing. McQuaid has the puck in their zone. They fire on this goalie, and Aiden's moving one way. He makes a save. The puck, as it tends to do, Kimmy, bounces the opposite way of where he's moving.
Okay.
The net is wide open.
All right.
There is a McQuaid player. The puck just lands on his stick. This game is over.
Oh.
All he's got to do is put it in the back of the net, wide open goal. They're going home. McQuaid moves on.
So what happened?
This kid, Aiden Brown, the goalie for Pittsford, made what might be one of the most unbelievable glove saves I've ever met in my life.
How did he even get there?
He was moving.
Because you're saying he's the other way,
He's
right?
moving the opposite direction. Somehow he twists his body out.
It's like he flips over?
It was the ultimate.
Wow.
Just arm windmill.
Right place, right time.
Or he's the most skilled goalie I've ever seen in my life.
So he catches the puck and what?
Saves it.
So he catches it.
He catches the puck in his glove, saves it. Even the kid from McQuaid who shot this puck, he collapses on the ice. He knew the game was over. He did everything right. It was there. He falls to the ice, head in his hands. But that's okay. We're still playing hockey.
All right.
18 seconds later, Pittsford goes down the ice and wins the game and wins the Section 5 championship. And I know that hockey is a team sport and everybody rows the boat, but that does not happen without this unbelievable move
He's the man.
by this kid in Pittsford.
Yeah.
They're moving on now further into the state tournament. They have that sectional title that will live with them forever. And because, again, this kid is a senior, that move that he made,
that's it.
he keeps going.
Yeah.
Right? This would have been over. And as a sports parent, I can't help but think, Kimmy, all of that time that you put in driving kids to practices, all the money you spent, right? All the drama that ensued with your kid, and for that to happen in the biggest moment thus far in that kid, it's all worth it.
Yeah.
That one save makes it all worth it.
Especially a kid playing that position, because that game is it's either going to feel like your fault or you're going to be the hero.
Yeah, I don't.
And there's no in between.
Yeah, I don't know how goalie parents do it. And I don't know how I mean, we all know.
One shot at a time, man.
Shut up. Goalies are weird to begin with. And I'm not saying anything goalie parents and goalies don't know. They're the weirdest of people.
Okay.
Right? But
especially like hockey goalies too, right?
Like
they have that reputation.
They're
like the pitchers of baseball.
So there's this
a little strange.
There's this girl that my daughter's played hockey with since she was a baby, Lennox.
Yeah.
Like little. Love Lennox. And when I met her, completely normal child, right? And I'm using her as my scientific experiment. She became a goalie.
Yeah.
And she has been a goalie now for like 5-6 years. And if she grows up to be a weirdo, goalie makes you weird. You're not born weird where you want to be a goalie.
It turns you weird.
Do you understand what I'm saying? And I don't know, man. Like with this kid, the goalie, Aiden Brown, who makes this unbelievable save last night that propels Pittsford past McQuaid for the Section 5 Class A championship in hockey.
We're getting messages that say it was a semifinal.
Semifinal? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going based
That's
on
two people. So
I am going based on AJ Feldman of News 8, so go yell at him. My apologies. My apologies, everybody. You know, it's funny. I know a guy whose kid plays on this team, too. I could have just texted him. I don't love you guys enough. I'm not going to do enough research. Anyway, whatever it happened, right? Like, you want to think, that's got to be the kid's greatest moment of his life so far.
It will be, period.
No, it won't. Don't.
It will be. As far as stuff like that,
He's 17, 18. He's going to have
Bro,
better moments.
No, I mean, not athletically in a key situation like that. No, that's it.
Well, that's also a game that everybody's going to remember.
Right.
Even like the fans that attended, right?
Like to have those planets line up, and it's like, hey, bro, most people get none of this. You got one of them, man.
I don't think it's good to say to a teenage kid, it will not be any better
Listen,
than
there'll
this.
be other things. There's
Okay,
going to be girls. There's going to be babies. There's going to be mortgages.
It's hard to replicate, to your point, being a hero to that
In the
level for
moment.
that many people at a time.
In a moment, in a split second. What?
You too?
No,
It's true.
No, but I'm saying,
But
how
enjoy
often do you
it.
have a chance to do something like that in your life?
But savor. No, I say it's so rare. Savor it. Don't take it for granted. Don't think like life acts like
Yeah.
this all the time.
You're not saying you peaked. You're just saying like this is
No,
an
he's saying you
incredible
peaked.
moment.
He's saying you
yeah.
You physically peaked in that moment athletically.
He still has more games, by the way. It was a semifinal. I'm
Okay.
sorry. All right, so then it sucks. Sorry, Aiden. Your save doesn't mean anything.
Aiden, do it again tonight.
That's the only thing that sucks, man. Is like this kid.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know the kid. I don't know if he's going to
Yeah.
go on and play hockey somewhere else
Sure.
afterwards, right? But like, that's the one thing that sucks about that position specifically. Whether it's soccer, whether it's lacrosse, whether it's hockey, like that was amazing. Do it.
Yes.
Keep doing it.
Yeah.
Right now. But no, it will. The kid's going to have better moments in their life. Don't say you.
Describe one.
The birth of his children, if he has
I
children.
brought that up,
No.
but I said athletically in competition.
What if he goes on and plays somewhere else?
It's still not going to happen.
Oh my God.
This is not.
And you say cherish it, cherish the moment. I agree with
Yeah,
you.
live in the moment.
You
man.
can't explain that to a teenage kid because you remember being that age, Kimmy.
Yeah.
You always thought everything was going to be more awesome the next day.
You did, but I do think that as a kid, you think that moment is bigger than it is. No, because that's your world right there in that moment.
I would think, yes, I get where you're coming from, but again, goalies are so weird. I don't know how they think. They should do a study into goalies.
They probably did.
Like I just assume Aiden's a weirdo. In the most polite way
Yeah,
possible.
yeah.
Right. Fine kid, fine
But me
parents,
saying,
great kid.
enjoy the moment. Hey, Aiden,
I
enjoy
know,
your
geez.
weirdom.
No. I mean, goalies are weird. Nobody will argue with me that goalies are weird.
I'm sure they are. I don't know any.
All right, so it does look like then Pittsburgh has one more game to win before they win a Section 5 championship. The other thing that sucks, man,
What's that?
like, I went to Aquinas, so I'm not a big McQuaid
Yeah.
fan. I do feel bad for that McQuaid team, especially that McQuaid goalie.
What a kid. Oh.
Yeah.
Well, like the game was over. The game
And
was
you played an incredible
over.
game. You
Yes.
only let in a single goal.
Oh, that's right. It was a shutout.
Yes, it was,
Yeah.
And like that poor goalie played for a full game
Yeah.
and an extra period and a half, and he
And you know
somehow.
what you tell that kid?
What's that?
It's going to get better.
It will get better.
See, for him, it's going to get better.
For all those kids, it's going to get better. You hope.
Yeah, absolutely.
Shut
But that kid,
up.
he's done.
All right, let's take a break.
What?
Good luck to Pittsburgh at their Section 5 championship game. And stop writing me. I
Yeah,
don't
go
know who
get
they-
'em, kids.
I don't know who they're playing. I'm just going based on the highlights yesterday.
Well, the whole town's talking about it.
Well, now that we are.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, I love you. Oh, it's not about me. I hate it. I hate it. It's a teenager with a whole life ahead of him. Don't get better than this kid. Sucks.
Sell your
Sucks.
stick.
Sell your stick. All right, let's take a break. You are a very skeptical man.
It says skeptical
No,
man.
I will agree. I agree with you that
Yeah.
I am skeptical and cynical, but
Yeah, I
you,
am.
you don't trust anybody.
No.
You never trust anybody.
No.
Until Kimmy, he brought this up off the air the other day.
What's
What did
that?
I miss?
Well, it turns out that there is one person that, without any question, Tommy trusts
Yes.
100%. And it's not someone you'd think.
No.
Okay.
And you are convinced you are not alone in this.
I think every man has this for sure.
As you like to call him, the go-to guy.
You got to go-to guy.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. Who do you trust? You trust your spouse.
Yes.
But not like this.
Yeah.
This is a special kind of trust.
Yeah.
A trust that runs so deep, there is nothing this person can say where you would question them.
Yeah.
And one man in this room is convinced that every man in the greater Rochester area has a guy that can do no wrong.
Right.
A guy that can say no wrong.
Right.
Their go-to gang.
Yes.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 9:25, 9:30. It's Friday, you know what that means.
No, I think we're going to get a little creepy.
That's right, Creep Cap coming at you. And this menu item on this very popular, at this very popular fast food restaurant that has been there since the beginning,
Yeah.
getting a change.
Oh.
And I'm not going to lie to you, Kimmy.
You don't like it?
I don't know if I like this. Now, here's the thing. The details are slim.
Okay.
This could be a case of just getting more options. But if they F with this thing, if they
Yeah.
F with this thing that's been around for like 60 years,
The hell is it?
we'll tell you what it is. Just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. So if you listen to the break room on a regular basis, you know that Tommy Muley is a man who is suspicious of everyone.
Yep.
What's your angle? What are you hiding? Why do you do the things you do?
Yeah.
And that's why this relationship that you described to us off the air the
Yeah.
other day with this man is so strange.
Yeah. So the guy that remodeled our house,
Okay.
he 2 times. He did 2 different sections of the house.
Wow, double remodel, huh?
Double remodel.
Yeah, life's got to be
Top
hard for you guys, huh?
and bottom.
Wow. Hey, I like a new house, but I don't want to go nowhere.
Hey, I married up. What do you want from me? So his name's Gaetano, and he's a contractor.
Okay.
And never met this guy before, but you kind of live with these people when they're in your house doing these remodels.
Yeah.
Like the guy knew food, he knew booze, he traveled a lot. He just knew a lot of stuff, and he was awesome at his job. And I knew it because my wife did not have any complaints.
Wow.
Like she loved this guy because he really knew what he was doing.
So he's a Renaissance man.
Yeah. And I told my wife one day, I said, I would let that guy operate on me. I said, he just knows his stuff. I said, he hasn't steered us wrong at anything.
Okay.
I go, if I have a question outside of contracting, he would be a guy I would talk to.
Now, here's the thing. I understand being in awe of a guy like that.
Yeah, I'm sold.
I get it. I get that.
Yeah.
Wow, like whatever you have
Guy
done.
he knows his stuff.
It's impressive. It's impressive.
It's over my head.
But you said something after what you just said to us the other day, which dropped my jaw. You said that any question you asked him without any research after,
Yeah.
any question in the whole world,
I don't need to.
you would trust his answer
Yes.
and use that as fact when talking to other people.
And I have.
Something outside of his expertise.
Yes.
Yes.
Anything in the whole world that this man, whatever he tells you, you instantly believe and will never question ever again.
Yeah.
And if someone were to come to you and go, actually, that's not the truth, you would argue for the statement
How
he
dare
made.
you?
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I think every guy has that guy.
You are arguing that every man has someone in their life.
A go-to guy.
252 WCMF 252-9263.
If you're man enough to admit it.
Do you have a buddy, a family member, someone in your life
Just anybody you make contact with that you kind of look up to.
that they could tell you anything and you would not for a second question whatever they said was the truth? That they could give you advice on any topic, no matter what it is, and you would take that advice, no questions asked, or go do it. As you put it, your go-to guy.
Yeah. I mean, unless it was so ridiculous and obvious, I think you trust these people.
You literally just said you'd let them operate on you.
Yeah, I would.
Okay, that's as ridiculous as it gets.
Oh, not really, but I'm just saying. But
I don't know, the way our health benefits are.
yeah, I mean, if his rates were cheaper, then and no copay.
But is this confidence in this guy coming from the simple fact that you just really enjoy his company?
Yeah, I mean, he sells himself, and I think that's part of it. Like the guy has to sell himself. You
But
got
how
a
much,
guy.
how much did he really have? Would he really have to have proved himself or given you
He's never steered me wrong.
actual factual information for you to think that, or is it just like, hey, it seems like we tend to agree on the same stuff, so
Could be that.
Oh,
so
echo
maybe-
chamber.
That could be that.
Because I don't think that you would have that same feeling if he was the same guy giving you the same advice, but maybe like some things that he said you were like, I don't think that's right.
True. I mean, you got to like
Or
the
I don't
guy.
really agree with
Oh, no,
that.
there's a difference between liking and agreeing like on everything.
Yeah,
Okay, you said who's my guy?
your boy,
Who's my boy?
your boxing coach.
Oh, Dom? Yeah, you're right. He's my go-to guy.
Yeah.
100%.
I mean, you guys talk about things when you're working out. You work with every Friday,
Yeah, I'm going in an hour.
and you talk more than just boxing with him.
Yeah, we talk about life, man.
Right, and he's had a very interesting life. The guy goes way back and very interesting.
Yes, he's very cool.
And I think if Dom told you something in sincerity, you would go, yes. You wouldn't research.
Now that you bring that up, yes, Dom, my boxing coach, is my go-to guy. But
Yeah.
that's different. I mean, he's.
Oh, why is it different?
Well, I mean, first of all, I guess all go-to guys are Italian. Second of all, it's come with time and grade. I've noticed since I was 13. He's a wise man.
That's what I'm saying.
But you haven't known Gaetano since he was 13.
No, but I sped up the process. That's all. It was like blood doping. I mean, I got there quicker.
Oh, my God, I do have a go-to guy.
Yeah, and I think every guy, if they think about it, and basically it's somebody you looked up to your life.
Okay. I've looked up to Gaetano my entire time. He's remodeled our house
Yeah,
twice.
I said that guy's got it going on.
252 WCMF.
I brag about him unsolicited in my own house.
He does, yeah, and you do it here.
Yeah.
Like, Gaetano said, and I've never met Gaetano. Seems like a nice guy.
So I drive by a project he's working on right now, and I'll tell my wife, I go, man, that kid's a go-getter. He don't stop, that guy. He's over here, he's over there.
Are you in love with Gaetano?
I'll let you know.
All right.
We'll see where it leads.
252 WCMF. Tommy claims that every man in the greater Rochester area has a guy that they respect so much or in so awe of that no matter what they told them, they would believe it. No matter what advice they gave them, they would do it. No questions asked, no other research. Let's talk to Joe. Hey, Joe, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you guys this morning?
Good, man. What do you got?
Good. Well, I happen to be Sicilian, strictly coincidental, Tommy, but I got a guy.
You got a guy.
His name is Vito. Same thing. Anything around the house, cooking, winemaking, taxes, tailoring. He does it all.
Give his wife a hysterectomy.
All right, well, here's the thing. All the other stuff that you brought up, Italian-wise, great call. I'd be careful with the taxes.
No. You'll do right.
I want to say, though, if I want to fact-check him, I'm not sure I might be around for a future call. But otherwise, he's a great guy. All I'm saying. You guys have a good day.
You too. Thanks, Joe. All right, so far our go-to guys are Dominic, Gaetano, and Vito.
It's good fellas.
He really is. Yeah. He's a good fella. Okay, so like when it comes to what makes your guy, whoever it is, your go-to guy, what you have to see in him. Like, and I get that.
Life experience helps.
Okay, so I agree with you.
Right.
Is there a financial aspect to this too? If that person has money, that you are more likely to trust what they have to say?
Yeah, I think so. I think bank helps.
Okay.
Successful person, obviously.
All right, Kimmy, do you think your dad has a go-to guy, like growing up from back in the day? As she turns her microphone on?
Yes, he does, and it doesn't make any sense because it's also the guy that he argues with the most.
Wait, he argues with his go-to guy?
He will take his advice no matter what, but he also, they'll get into, these huge arguments. That's the one that doesn't make sense to me, but I think that is somebody that he does take advice from.
Okay, this guy that your dad's go-to guy, does he have money?
Yeah, I think he does pretty well for himself.
Okay, I think that's the generational.
I think it helps.
Yeah.
Oh, no, okay.
I think it's a generational difference here.
Right.
Because, Tommy, when you and guys your age see someone that is wealthy, you assume that they are smart enough to get that money, therefore they are smart in every other realm, and they should listen to him. And, Kimmy, I'm assuming your dad is the same way.
Yeah.
Because my dad is that way, too. I think, Kimmy, our generation looks at a guy who has a bunch of money and assume they got that money by taking advantage of suckers, and you're trying to make me a sucker.
Oh, you think we're a little bit more skeptical?
No?
I don't know. I think you're right just because we have so much information at our fingertips now, or maybe you're a little bit more likely to look into it. But I still think you tend to go in the direction of the guy that has more money or looks the most successful.
Okay.
I think you might be a little bit unique in that you're more skeptical of that person.
So I'm just a monster.
No,
Tommy, you got money, I'll do what you say.
It's a good way to be. You shouldn't just take somebody at that level at their word.
So you're saying Tommy's a personality prostitute. The more money you have, I'll do whatever you say.
Well, I think that's most people, right?
I'm your private listener. Listener for money. Do what you tell me to do.
And Tina really has a deep voice.
I do a good Tina Turner.
If she had balls.
Done a good job in the city. 252 WCMF. Let's talk
Couldn't dance like this.
Scotty, how are you, buddy?
Not too bad. So I'm wondering, does your boxing coach have a go-to guy? If he's your go-to guy,
ooh,
well,
yeah,
that guy's gone.
Got a go-to guy.
He was go-to and gone.
He's going to and
your
gone.
boxing coaches my age or older. Right?
Yeah, he's a little older than you. But Scott, no, you bring up a good question because your go-to guy
learned from somebody else.
Yeah, based on your theory, also has a go-to guy.
Sure, yeah.
So is
at what point do we run out of go-to guys?
Oh, it's a circular
There's
fire.
got to be a pinnacle go-to guy that's everybody's ultimate boss go-to guy, and that guy's got no one to go to.
Where does the go-to guy go to?
Go-to guy pyramid scheme.
You probably Google it, gets all his answers.
Pyramid scheme.
It is a pyramid.
Right.
It's financial. It comes back to it. Everything's about the money.
All right, Scott, let me ask you a question. You got a go-to guy?
I do not have a go-to.
Oh,
guy.
I think if we thought about it, you got a go-to guy. You don't trust your father implicitly?
I do not.
Okay, good call. There's
Have
not.
you met the man?
I have not actually.
But
I
even
mean,
like my dad, I even knew like my dad's
either.
go-to guy. Like,
Wait, say that again?
I knew my dad had go-to guys. Like he would brag about these guys. Now they all had money, they were a success, but he'd go like, he's just a great guy, a hell of a man, And he would listen to those dudes. And my father didn't listen to anything.
okay. Well, Scotty, go find yourself a go-to guy. Thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it.
But
There goes Scotty. He's a lonely, no go-to guy. No, I mean, you're right. Like, this might be one of the smartest things you've ever figured out. Because it's not only happening now. But here's the thing. I get your dad having a go-to guy because he didn't have Google. He wasn't going to go to the
right.
library and, like, look up something in
Yeah.
encyclopedia.
And he was a contemporary, his age in business, but like he looked up to that guy even though they were pretty much the same age.
Like, now we shouldn't have to have go-to guys because every question you could ever ask is at your fingertips in a second.
But that doesn't give you confidence.
Okay.
So like these guys, when they talk to you, kind of give you the confidence that they know what they're speaking of. You don't get any charisma on Google.
I love how you go. You don't get confidence.
Don't get
Google
charisma
is
on Google.
Google is, Kimmy, an amalgamation of experts telling you what you should do.
But you don't
and
get-
that doesn't give you confidence.
It doesn't give you. There's no charisma to it. A go-to guy has to have some charisma.
That's why they're all Italian, it seems.
Well, who has charisma more than Italian? Because that's a Roman word.
Charisma?
Yeah,
Really? Oh, from the Roman charisma?
it's from the sack.
Kimmy, you were saying, I'm sorry.
I wonder how many people's go-to guys come from work.
Oh, like
Because I
an
think
older coworker.
especially
Yeah.
when you're first getting started, you got to look to somebody for advice, and there's going to be somebody that you respect enough to kind of form that relationship with, almost like that hierarchy relationship with. So,
But you'll
that-
take advice outside of work from that guy.
yeah, and you become close because you work together every day. And
Okay.
I wonder how many of those relationships stem from working with that person
Well,
at
I mean,
one point.
like, technically-
you see their work ethic. You can kind of see the way they are, their personality with things and like important things at work. So you think that also translates to outside of work.
Well, to Kimmy's point, you watch this guy work in your house.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, with my boxing coach, it's been work with him since I was 13.
That's how I got you in my car to go over to the bar.
Ooh, is there an age where your go-to guy shows up?
No, because he met him at 75.
Oh, good
We got Facebook messages coming in again. Tommy's Theory, 252 WCMF. He comes in the other day, off mic, and he says, I think I got a guy in my life. Whatever he told me to do, I do it.
Yeah.
Any advice he gave me, I do it immediately. Gaetano, remodel your house. Renaissance man, has done a lot of things. And
Yeah.
Tommy's Theory was every man has a guy who they trust without question. Will not look it up, always assume that they're right. And he might be right. Tom writes us, we're just talking to Scott about his dad.
Yeah.
Tom writes, aren't you just describing the relationship men have with their dad or grandpa? Would that be a bad idea?
They would be your go-to guy.
If your grandpa's your go-to guy.
I mean, I could see it. I mean, mine weren't around, so no.
Okay.
And my father was an ass.
Well, that's just it.
I think it works better if it's a grandparent than
Yeah.
direct parent.
I agree with
It's
you.
a softer sell from a grandparent.
You see the mistakes your parents make
Yeah.
right in front of your face. Grandpa, in an ideal situation, they are wise. They have made mistakes. They can put you on the right path based on all the things they've seen and done. They have a vested interest in you.
They're not a hard ass.
They want to see you succeed for the sake of the family tree. I mean, a buddy, if it goes really bad, like let's say you take advice from Gaetano and it ruins your life.
Yeah.
I mean, he could just cut bait and run.
Yeah.
Right, if he wanted to. Same with Dom.
Right. But grandpa,
He's stuck.
you're tethered to him.
Do you want to be, excuse me, someone else's go-to guy?
I would feel bad for that person.
Yeah, obviously. It's not. I didn't ask if it was a good idea.
Like the rancid soul that person would have. I don't know. It's a lot of. It seems like it's a lot of. It seems like to be an actual go-to guy sounds exhausting.
Okay, you make up stuff all the time and find a way to convince yourself that it's true.
Yeah.
You give me advice all the time. That's
You
terrible.
love to dish it out.
Yeah. Like someone would trust you completely.
Yeah.
Their advice they would take in a second. And you're right. That is a lot of pressure and things go terribly wrong. But it would also be a massive ego stroke.
It would, but they wouldn't be around long. Because they'd probably get them killed. Inadvertently.
Kimmy, do women have go-to gals?
Yeah, I think everybody has like a go-to person that they'd seek advice on. For me personally, like I think that person has to be an expert in at least one area for me to like really fully trust their advice.
Okay, so you have to see them fully bloom in some way.
Yeah, like I'm thinking like the last person I texted for like legitimate what to do advice was your wife.
My wife's your go-to gal?
Yeah, like I would trust her with advice beyond just something that, like medical.
Okay.
Just not in men.
Just because I know that she's an expert in that. She didn't steer me wrong in that. And I think like once you build that trust in one area, you can kind of feel out other things too.
Okay, now my wife is a brilliant woman, right? Best dermatology in the world. Dermatologist in the world. I mean, Kimmy, I tell you.
But
I tell you stories on the air about how things go south.
I've never heard you say anything.
Let's say I wanted to go. Let's
Say
say
I go-to guy.
Say I was looking to do some traveling. I was going to London.
Okay.
I'd ask your wife advice on that. What she liked, what she didn't like, how her travel plans
No,
went.
but she's the worst traveler. She just wants to go to all like the stuff. She doesn't want to like walk around and see the stuff. I'm the one that's got to drag her to the cool stuff. I should be your go-to gal. I would like to be your go-to gal. I'm your private gal. Gal for money. Say what you want me to say. You know, did you notice what just happened while you were talking?
What?
I think that there's a little bit of jealousy happening.
What's
right
it mean?
Why?
Well, he said, I go, I've told stories on the air about my wife that went south.
Yeah.
And you said, well, I've never heard that. That's
What'd
why I'm
you
your
say?
go-to guy. Are you upset that you're not my go-to guy?
No, I know I'm not.
No, I know you're not. I'm asking,
Even though all the advice I've given you over the years.
You've known him a long time.
all the advice you've given me.
How about all the free booze I gave you?
You're in the same industry.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you should be my go-to guy?
Yeah, he absolutely should be.
Oh.
No, I'm not saying like he earned it, but like if you look at the
I used to cover your ass all the time.
Cover my ass! You're the one that had a family.
No, Tina, I haven't seen him in all week. Yeah. No, that's not him in the background.
Looking at your friendship history, Tommy should be your go-to guy, but somewhere along the way, you fumbled it.
I love how you go all the advice, too. Like when this job was open and I was going to apply for it. No, you don't want it,
Don't
man. It's
take
not going to
it.
work. Not going to work. I got the job. Oh, okay. Just ride this out. Hey, we have this girl that is going to join the show. No, we don't want her. Get rid of her. You literally, I've done the opposite of everything you've ever said to get to my dream job.
So I am your go-to guy.
No, you're the go-away guy.
reverse.
You're the go-away guy.
Go-away guy.
Whatever he says, do the opposite. You're a mush is what you are,
All right.
which fits in with Vito, Dominic, and
What's the other guy?
your guy.
Oh, Gaetano.
Gaetano. And the mush.
And the mush.
All right, let's take a break. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Get a little creepy.
That's right. Creep Camp coming at you. And this has been on the menu at this restaurant. It was one of their original menu
Is
options.
this a local joint?
No, it's a national
Okay,
joint.
but they're effing with it?
Fast food restaurant. Here's the thing, man. It's not shiny and frilly.
Right.
But it's an old standard.
All right.
And word is they're going to start effing with
They're
it.
going to tweak it.
I mean, I get why you would want to update something that's been around for like 60 years.
Yeah, but if it's working, why?
Well, I don't know.
Maybe it's not.
Is this an old person thing now? Is
Well,
this
you
like the
old.
Werther's original of fast
Oh.
food? We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. I don't know if I like this.
What happened?
I don't know if I like it at all.
What?
Well, look, this has been a menu staple at this restaurant from the day they opened their first location.
Okay, this is like an anchored chow.
You got it. And here's the thing. It's not flashy, but it's reliable.
Gets the job done.
Nobody says no to this.
Okay.
And when you're in one of these places, yeah, you know what? I'll throw one of those on there. They say don't mess with success. Looks like they're going to mess with it.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Wendy's is reportedly making, and I quote, major changes to the Frosty.
Oh.
So they say it'll happen over the next few months. Oh my goodness, I'm sorry.
What?
I totally forgot. It's Friday.
Oh.
I am an idiot. I got so excited to talk about the Frosty
Yeah.
that I forgot that you're disgusting.
Okay.
And we have something to
You're
get
gonna
to
ruin a
here.
good Frosty for
Okay,
you.
well, yeah, I'm sorry. All right, put a pin in the Frosty conversation because all of the disgusting things Tommy said all week long, it's a creep cap, and it happens now. On CMF.
Hey there. You feeling creepy? Well, you're about to be. Come get some of this creep cap on the break room on WCMF.
She's going to groom her cooch before she puts it on camera.
Oh, she's
bro.
doing cooch grooming? One of my favorite Bee Gees songs of all time. Cooch grooming.
Grooming that cooch. Papa don't know no China.
Oh, God, no.
Man, he sure enjoys mama's vagina.
Take it back. Remake it right
Do
now.
your job.
How dare you?
I'm paying for your pubes.
Dude's going hard in the bread aisle.
Okay.
Ah!
It's a busy aisle to choose.
He's
Well,
a complete doho.
Topless bagels
So
and
when
donuts?
so they it was.
What was it called? Holes?
No, because your mom didn't work there. Ain't nothing better than an Arkansas dildo. But I'd wipe it clean first, son. It's gonna taste like grits.
Why would you? That's not where it goes.
That's the problem.
Why was it in grits in the first place?
Eating grits with my dildo brother. I got thrown out of that Waffle House, but I'll try another. My mother had a beautiful rack.
I know. I was
No, she had one of them sturdy Auburn racks.
Wait,
We lost moms at Tallywhack.
one of my favorite Ribs Arkansas songs.
We lost mom at Tallywhackers. She ran off with some young crackers.
Oh.
He's stuck.
He faked J.O. and it got
I ain't
himself
got the
stuck.
whack back I used to have, son. Crank it out, old Winn-Dixie. I don't think I can rhyme that. I'm getting delayed. But you like meatballs?
I love tiny meatballs, yes.
Tiny ones.
Tiny, itty-bitty meatballs.
How small?
Oh, like tiny. The tiniest. Why? Where you going?
Well, I can't help that.
It's so good to be a creep.
Okay, there's a creep cap on CMF. Frosties!
Yeah.
Been around forever.
It's like a shake.
Always been the same. Everyone knows what a Frosty is, dumbass.
But it's a shake.
Who's never had a Frosty from Wegmans?
I don't know.
Is there an American that has never had a Wegmans Frosty? Or Wendy's Frosty?
It's what separated Wendy's. That's what made it unique.
You got
in
it.
terms of the fast food game.
Okay, so from the beginning, the Frosty recipe has been exactly the same. It's not quite vanilla. It's not quite chocolate.
It's a
But they
swirl.
did come out with a vanilla version.
They did. It's not a swirl, you idiot. God, you're so bad at food.
It's a chocolate vanilla swirl.
No, it's not a chocolate vanilla swirl.
what is it?
I don't know what it is. It's an
Well, don't call me an
undefined.
idiot. You got no answer.
No, because swirl, you can clearly see
Yeah.
the swirl.
No, they swirl it for you. That's what made it so unique.
Okay. So,
what are they doing to it?
well, Wendy's.
What else can you do to it?
Wendy's has started messing with their original Frosty idea. Over the last couple of years, they introduced the vanilla, which you brought up, for a limited time. Other limited time options, the pumpkin spice Frosty. Everybody's doing pumpkin spice. Orange dreamsicle and salted caramel.
Ew, orange creamsicle is gross.
I'm with you, but you either love or hate creamsicle. My kids love it. I can't. Anyway, according to a memo from a, quote, anonymous person at Wendy's,
Yeah.
2 big overhauls are coming. First off, they are going to start doing, I guess, what would be like a blizzard kind of situation.
Oh, some more ice cream than milkshake.
So that's Dairy Queen. Right?
Yeah. Dairy Queen's a blizzard. You'll be able to add swirls of caramel, strawberry, or brownie batter into your Frosty.
Ooh, brownie batter.
They say this will launch March 12th. And I guess the idea is to bring people in specifically for the Frosty, not make the Frosty something that you just get when you're there.
A destination beverage.
You got
Like
it.
a
So,
Frosty Sundae.
yeah. So not only will you have the option to mix in like flavors, you'll have
Yeah.
like actual pieces, much like a blizzard, like brownie or whatever.
Okay.
Now here's the problem. If you're just going to give me the option to mix stuff in, I guess I can handle that.
Yeah.
But there is also rumor, and it's just rumor, that they will be changing the recipe.
No.
Thank you.
Like, what would they change? It's just ice cream.
Well, it's not really, though. It's kind of ice cream, but it's kind of
And
not.
there's nothing that you can get that as far as I know, that replicates that.
Thank you.
All
It's
right.
like it's
so
like
unique.
It's like if an ice cream sundae and a milkshake had a baby.
Yeah.
All right.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
It's got
But
a different
obviously they ain't
texture.
selling enough. That's why they're changing.
Like I don't know if I'm supposed to eat it with a spoon or drink it with a straw.
Stick my fries in it.
Yeah.
You got all kinds of options. And maybe that's what it is they're not seeing enough sales from the
Right.
Frosty where they have to change something, which I guess I get. But I mean, Coca-Cola got overtaken by Pepsi,
Yeah.
and they went with New Coke, and that
didn't
was
work.
it ended up working out for them in the end. But
No.
you get what I'm saying.
Yes.
There are plenty of companies who think they can make things better, and in doing so, just make things worse.
Yeah.
And I am very scared that Wendy's is going to F with the Frosty recipe, and now I'm not going to want a Frosty anymore.
Yeah.
Because I can get ice cream anywhere, man.
So that's the problem.
What do you mean?
And if it's got a unique taste, that was always the hook.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So yeah, don't do it.
Okay. And here's the other thing about Wendy's.
Yeah.
You and I are of the opinion that Wendy's is the Rolls Royce of fast food.
Yes.
Right? Like when you
Of
want
the big three.
Yeah, it's like the lobster and steak dinner of fast food.
Mm-hmm.
Wendy's was always reliable.
Oh yeah.
Like you walked in and you knew what you were going to get. Like
that's what makes these things so great.
so Burger King, they try all kinds of weird stuff with their menu all the time,
Yeah.
right? If you want to try new stuff, yeah, Burger King makes sense. When it comes to McDonald's and their ice cream situation, ice cream machine
shake, yeah.
never worked.
Yeah.
Never worked, right? Like how many times can you go in, you want to get an ice cream from McDonald's, you want a Shamrock Shake, and the ice cream machine's not
Yeah, hit or miss there.
working. Never have I walked in
Never.
to a Wendy's and they're like,
they have those things already made and ready to hand out.
you got it. They're just throwing them at you.
Yeah.
Here, Frosty for you, Frosty for you, Frosty for you. So why touch it? Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Have you ever gone just for a Frosty?
No, I always got one with my meal, but I don't think I ever went just solely for the Frosty without getting at least fries or something with it.
Have you ever gotten just a Frosty?
I don't like thick beverages.
Oh, you don't like thick stuff in your mouth?
I hate it.
Could have fooled me. 252 WCMF. Word from anonymous sources within Wendy's. This is a real story, by the way. That they will be messing with the Frosty. They're going to start giving you options to either A, add like flavoring, like strawberry and stuff to swirl in, or B, like candy pieces and brownie. There is a rumor that they will be messing with the actual recipe of the Frosty.
The original.
Which would be a mistake. Let's talk to Mark. Hey, Mark, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Good morning, Kimmy.
Frosty aficionado here.
Frosty aficionado, that's right.
You cut him
Actually, I don't
open,
need
Frosty come out of his veins.
Come on, I don't need that stuff anymore. But I did see a commercial last night for the Girl Scout cookie Thin Mint Frosty.
Does look good. That looks good.
That is out right now.
So I'm assuming that is their way to try and get in on the Shamrock Shake game there, Mark.
Oh, good point.
Yeah. What I wish I could do is take a Shamrock Shake and take it to Wendy's and have them put that cookie mix in the Shamrock Shake.
All right, see,
that'd be good.
You're not going to get fat again.
Mark, that might be too much mint, buddy. That might be too much mint for one man.
Shame on you for even saying that.
Okay, well, I don't want toothpaste. I want a delicious treat.
Tommy's got a kiosk set up just for you for that.
Ooh, Mark beat you to the joke.
Yeah, but see, it's Marcus. It's a lot harder than everybody thinks.
Sorry, fellas.
It's all right, Mark. You disappointed us. Great to talk to you, buddy.
Have a good day.
There goes now skinny bed take food, Mark. 252 WCMF, a man who I will trust his food take.
Okay.
Ben's on CMF. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing pretty awesome now. But
welcome back.
Dude, yes. You can't mess with the Frosty. It's perfect the way it is. That mint Frosty does sound pretty amazing. I'm not gonna lie, but yeah.
I mean, I would try different versions of the Frosty, but just at least let me at least keep the original, so I have it there in case I need it.
Leave the Frosty alone.
Maybe they could do this. Still have the classic Frosty, but then the new Frosty.
So that way he's not priced out of the Frosty game.
Yeah, well, then whichever one sells better, then that's the one you keep.
Well, you know why things got really bad for Ben?
No,
last
what
week?
happened?
He had to put a Frosty on layaway. You got one bite a day. Come in, put your quarter down. Here's your Frosty. Come on. We'll see you tomorrow, Ben. It's in the freezer.
Hey, Pat, earlier this week you said things were going to turn around.
Yes.
You were right.
I'm never wrong, Ben.
Yeah. No, so I met a new chick. We're talking and maybe going out tomorrow.
What kind of day you guys going to do?
We don't know yet. We're not getting that.
It's tomorrow, bro.
No, just
you got to have a plan.
It's keeping it casual.
Yeah, we're just going to see what happens. That's literally what it is.
No, I
Well,
think that's the best plan. I mean, yeah, let it happen,
Yeah.
whatever she's
Organically.
into. Yeah. Well, no, Ben can't
screwed
afford
up
organic.
2 dates with somebody else before. I don't want to screw this one up.
Hey,
so.
Ben, just go in with confidence. And hey, here's honestly the best advice I can give you.
Yeah.
Don't be yourself.
Well, come on, man. Like, no. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm excited, though. Like, I
You
can't help
should.
but be myself. You know this. You've known me for, 5 years?
Yeah, no.
I can't help it.
Seems like forever.
Well, Ben, good luck on your
Yeah.
date this weekend, buddy. Take her for a Girl Scout Frosty.
Yeah, there you go, Frosty date.
After go
That
kart.
doesn't sound like a bad idea, but
All right, take care, Ben. Well, it's going to be rough when he's got to buy her Frosty on layaway, too. We come back, we wrap it up. Tell you what we're doing Monday next year in the break room. Let's see CMF. It's going to be Rapperoo.
Howdy, old Friday Rapperoo.
For a Friday Break Room CMF, that makes Monday let me check, Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. We'll be back here doing all kinds of fun stuff, I promise.
All right.
And we got an exciting weekend. You're going to be free.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Freedom, alone in the house.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going on a romantic getaway this week.
Damn.
Yeah, nothing is more romantic than an hour drive.
Little change of scenery.
Little B&B.
And somebody's got a birthday coming up.
Yeah.
What?
Next week. Still
What?
a little bit away.
What?
What?
He remembered your birthday.
Right.
I know.
And that's how you're going to treat him.
Get
And
no
that's how you're
credit.
gonna treat
No
him.
credit.
Look at that.
I don't know. I feel like there's.
I could give her 20 guesses. She don't know my birthday.
It's moon landing day.
Moon landing day.
I mean, look, not bad.
You're right, you're
Very
right,
close.
you're right,
You give her partial credit for all the
Yes,
other
I
stuff
will.
you wanted to know. How old are you turning, Kimmy?
I will be 36.
Am I
Damn.
close enough to be able to ask you that question without you being offended?
I mean,
Well, she's over the hump.
I mean, you know how old I am.
You're
Oh,
on
I
a-
know.
I can't
no, but you're on
lie.
a down. You're on a downslide.
Well, okay, before
You're middle aged. You are.
I mean,
Well, I'm a kid. I still have kid status until I'm like 50, if we're going by your terms.
yeah, no, you'll always have kid status even after he's dead, because even the ghost of Tommy Muley, oh, look at that 80-year-old kid over there. No, but and you won't be officially middle-aged based on life expectancy in the U.S. until you're 38. So you got 2 more years.
Okay. That's something
Congratulations.
to look forward to.
All right, we got to get out of the way.
All right.
For Kimmy,
Yeah.
who got old? Kimmy got
Oh,
old.
yes, she did.
You old?
Still a few days
Okay.
before I'm in my late 30s.
Yeah. For Tommy Muley,
Yeah.
who's always been old. He was born old. My name's Pat Tuffy. We'll see you Monday morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.